Chapter 779. Presently, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Su Li that had come out. Even the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the surrounding pavilions had come out as well. Amongst them included Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. It also included the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the second prince Bai He, and the young prince Bai Hao. As for Zishang, he stood in the sky with a black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man was his master, Bai Nan Yin, and the imperial uncle of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. He was the half-brother of Bai Nan Xiang that was killed by Duan Lingtian with a talisman. Everyone from the Dark Han dynasty looked at each other. They're looking for Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Duan Lingtian has committed some crime? Right when everyone from the Dark Han dynasty was deeply bewildered. Look at the clothes this middle-aged man is wearing, and there's a skywolf badge on his chest. The eyes of the skywolf are actually gold in color. It really is. I wonder if this golden-eyed skywolf head has any special meaning. I still remember that the middle-aged man that led me into Skywolf Fort a few days ago had a skywolf head badge on his chest, and the eyes of that skywolf head were only copper-colored. I heard a Skywolf Fort disciple mention it that day. The color of the eyes of the Skywolf badge in Skywolf Fort represents the status of every single member of Skywolf Fort in Skywolf Fort. The gazes of the members of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the Skywolf badge on the chest of the middle-aged man's clothes in the distance, and the Skywolf with golden eyes gave them an indescribable feeling of oppression. A group of bumpkins. Right at this moment, everyone noticed that the old man that seemed to be extremely humble by the side of the middle-aged man had actually used a disdainful gaze to look at them, and he'd even called them bumpkins. Instantly, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties glared angrily at the old man, and they wished for nothing more than to hack the old man into pieces. Right when some people couldn't refrain from cursing back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 figures soared into the sky and arrived in the sky in an instant. They were 3 middle-aged men wearing green uniforms. They were obviously disciples of Skywolf Fort. During this period of time, it was them that entertained the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties in preparation for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's him. He was the one who welcomed us into Skywolf Fort. All the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened because he didn't recognize the middle-aged man and the old man who had come to find him with great fanfare. However, out of the 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort, he had some impression of one of them. If he didn't remember wrongly, it was this person who had received him when he, Feng Wu Dao, and Feng Tianwu had just arrived at Skywolf Fort. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. The 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort that had copper eyes on their chests looked at the middle-aged man that had gold eyes and bowed respectfully. This scene caused the expressions of all the young geniuses and representatives of the 10 dynasties including Duan Lingtian to go slightly grim. Vice Fort Master? The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Everyone. This is our Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, one of the disciples of Skywolf Fort looked at everyone from the 10 dynasties and directly introduced. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. For a time, everyone from the 10 dynasties either bowed to Feng Wei or nodded in acknowledgement. Besides some proud young geniuses like Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li, there were also people like Feng Wu Dao and the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. All of them were renowned experts in their respective dynasties, and their statuses were extraordinary. Since they obtained their current statuses, they'd never bowed to anyone. So even if they were facing the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort today, even though they were afraid of his strength, they didn't bend their backs that contained their dignity. To people like them that had been in a high position for a long time, their dignity was more important than anything. But Feng Wei obviously didn't have the intention to fuss about it with them. Or perhaps in Feng Wei's eyes, he utterly didn't take them seriously at all. This old fellow's movements are rather swift. But I never imagined that a mere Dongwu clan's patriarch would be able to invite a Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Zishang thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smiling gaze. And he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. Duan Lingtian noticed Zishang's strange gaze as well, and he couldn't help but frown. What exactly is going on? Earlier, it was this Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng that called me out. Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wei with a frown, and he didn't know why Feng Wei was looking for him. Who's Duan Lingtian? Feng Wei spoke once more with a calm gaze and an emotionless expression, and he seemed as if he was speaking of something that wasn't related to him. Why is Vice Fort Master Feng looking for Duan Lingtian? For a time, many people from the Dark Han dynasty turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who stood by Su Li's side. Subsequently, it seemed as if it was a chain effect, and the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. He's Duan Lingtian? In the Darchu Kingdom's camp, the eyes of a blue-clothed young man flashed as his face went grim. Isn't he only a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty? He's actually able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort come personally to look for him. He really has great honor. As the blue-clothed young man muttered, his eyes were filled with envy. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, the thin young man that stood by the blue-clothed young man's side shook his head when he heard the blue-clothed young man. This matter isn't so simple. His gaze descended onto the old man behind Feng Wei, and he noticed that the old man's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. If Duan Lingtian saw these two people face to face, he would surely be able to recognize at the first possible moment that these two people were precisely the people that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant in the ancient desert city a few days ago. 2 young geniuses from the Darchu Kingdom. Shit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with the old man behind Feng Wei. At the instant the old man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, the killing intent in his eyes almost shot out. Feng Wudao noticed the old man's hostility towards Duan Lingtian. And it was hostility that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. In next to no time many people noticed this as well. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he's a member of the Dongua clan? But even if it's the patriarch with the highest status in the Dongua clan, it would probably be difficult for a mere member of the Dongua clan to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort move, right? Duan Lingtian's face sank as his gaze flickered, and he realized that he might have miscalculated. Never had he imagined that a mere member of the Dongua clan would actually be able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort personally come look for him. As for the purpose of looking for him, it was obvious. Perhaps there's some sort of connection between them. A single mistake leads to a series of mistakes. I only hope I'm able to smoothly escape this calamity. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. At this moment, various methods to deal with the problem flashed within his heart. The first was to seek help from Su Li's master. But even if Su Li's master was willing to help him, this Skywolf Fort wasn't the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan after all. The experts within it were numerous like the clouds, and there were probably many experts at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Su Li's master might not be able to deal with such a colossus. The second was to use the last 2 talismans his father gave him to kill the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and the member of the Dongua clan, and then flee Ancient Desert City. But in this way, perhaps he would be able to escape Ancient Desert City. Yet he might not be able to escape the pursuit of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, once he did this, it might even implicate Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and this was something he wasn't willing to see happen. For a time, Duan Lingtian only thought of these 2 methods to deal with the problem before him, whereas these 2 methods seemed to not be reliable. Could it be that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to lose my life here today? Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of bitterness, a bitterness that was difficult to be described with words. He's that Duan Lingtian? In the Darming dynasty's group, a young man in a silver robe with gold edges looked at another young man by his side and asked with a spurious smile. If Duan Lingtian looked over here at this moment, he would surely be able to recognize with a single glance that the young man that was asked was precisely a person he'd met in the Iceflame Pavilion in the capital of Darming Dynasty. Zhao Wei, the #1 expert in the Zhao clan's younger generation, and he was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming Dynasty. Zhao Wei's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression when faced with the question of his old rival, and he paid no attention to it. Imperial brother. He's that Duan Lingtian. but it would seem like he's going to suffer misfortune today. Lu Hao smiled. Lu Hao was precisely the third prince that Duan Lingtian had met in the 9th floor of the Iceflame Pavilion, and he was the only young genius of the Darming dynasty that hadn't made a move against Duan Lingtian at that time. Obviously, the young man in a silver robe with gold edges was the current crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Elder Qian is the master of that person by Duan Lingtian's side, and he killed Elder Kuan. Zhao Wei stared with a burning gaze at Su Li, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he recalled the scene from that day, he still shuddered even now. That robust middle-aged man that seemed to be ordinary had made a move, and he'd killed one of the strongest elders of their Zhao clan, Elder Qian and Elder Kuan, in a single move. The expression of the nearby gray-clothed old man couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhao Wei. Of course, he didn't arouse the slightest intention to take revenge, because he knew clearly in his heart that since that expert was able to kill his old friend in a single move, then the expert was similarly able to kill him in a single move. The strengths of Elder Qian and Elder Kuan were on par. In the sky, the atmosphere was extremely heavy and jittery. Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. You're Duan Lingtian. Chapter 780. Obviously, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was able to become eminent in the Dark Han dynasty and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and kill that profligate young master of the Donghua clan. It was truly shocking. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied when faced with Feng Wei's question. Now, even if he didn't admit that he was Duan Lingtian, he had no choice. If the numerous burning gazes that flashed over from the surroundings had transformed into sword lights, they would probably have riddled his body with holes since long ago. You make a trip with Patriarch Donghua. The surprise in Feng Wei's eyes vanished quickly as he recovered his calm, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Patriarch Donghua? As expected. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Looks like I guessed correctly. That old man that wished for nothing more than to swallow him when he looked at him was really a member of the Donghua clan, and he was even the patriarch of the Donghua clan. In other words, he was the grandfather of that profligate young master he'd killed, Donghua Han. But Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't hear Feng Wei's indisputable order, and he glanced indifferently at Feng Wei instead. Vice Fort Master Feng, if I'm not wrong, presently I can be considered to be a guest of your Skywolf Fort, right? Feng Wei frowned. What do you want to say? I only want to let Vice Fort Master Feng know. I'm a guest of Skywolf Fort and not a disciple of Skywolf Fort. So you don't have the authority to order me around. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and it was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone from the 10 dynasties to be dumbstruck. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? He actually dares to speak like this to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Those people that hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme had smiles on their faces, and they seemed as if they'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Feng Wei in a fit of rage. How dare you? The expressions of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples changed as they angrily rebuked Duan Lingtian. You're just a country bumpkin. How dare you be rude to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? You are courting death. As the 3 of them spoke, the Yuan energy on their bodies surged. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually appeared. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples. It was obvious that the 3 of them were 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. When they saw this scene, the members of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but gasp. These 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort seemed to have the lowest status in Skywolf Fort. Such existences were actually 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. At this moment, all of them had witnessed the true power of the Skywolf Fort. They were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. As expected of the overlord of the borders of the foreign lands that were close to the 10 dynasties, even if only a few elders from this Skywolf Fort walked out, it would probably be sufficient to annihilate any dynasty. If the Vice Fort Master made a move himself, then annihilating the 10 dynasties would probably be as easy as blowing off dust with his strength alone. Whoosh! 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 3 figures seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and they arrived by Duan Lingtian's side in a short moment before standing there. Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong. Even though Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude in his heart as he looked at the three of them, he couldn't help but persuade. Uncle Feng, Tianwu and Big Brother Zhang. This matter isn't related to all of you should return. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Elder brother Duan, don't forget. It wasn't only you that had a conflict with that good-for-nothing young master of the Donghua clan that day. Feng Tianwu spoke seriously. Exactly. Since we started the trouble together, then we'll bear it together. Zhang Shouyong had a frank expression as he spoke fearlessly. So the three of you were his accomplices that day. Donghua Lei's gaze flashed past Feng Wudao's group of three with awe-inspiring killing intent. Subsequently, he looked at Feng Wei who was by his side and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said humbly, Vice Fort Master Feng, if it's possible, I want to take the three of them with me. Feng Wei didn't look at Donghua Lei and said indifferently, you can only take a single person with you. This was our agreement from before. As for the other three, so long as they aren't in my Skywolf Fort, then whatever you do in the future is naturally unrelated to my Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's words were extremely clear. Today you, Donghua Lei, can only take Duan Lingtian away, and that's the favor I've returned to you. As for the other three, so long as they're still in Skywolf Fort, you can't touch them. But once they leave Skywolf Fort in the future, then whatever you do, Skywolf Fort will absolutely not interfere. Donghua Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Fort Master Feng. Duan Lingtian, Vice Fort Master Feng ordered you to leave with me. Why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you really want to disobey the orders of Vice Fort Master Feng? Donghua Lei revealed a cold gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. Old fellow, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian sneered. I've already said earlier, I'm not a disciple of Skywolf Fort, and I don't have to listen to the orders of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Of course, if this Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort wants to push me, a guest invited by Skywolf Fort from the distant Dark Han dynasty, out of Skywolf Fort, then I have no objections. But at that time I'm afraid there will be people that say, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort disregarded the reputation of Skywolf Fort for the sake of his own selfish desires, and wants to force a guest invited by Skywolf Fort to death. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the word, guest. What a formidable mouth. Feng Wei's calm expression finally changed, and a strand of imperceptible cold lights flashed within his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. The three disciples of Skywolf Fort were instantly enraged when they saw Duan Lingtian still dared to be presumptuous before the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, and they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest strength to fight back when three 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage experts made a move. Right at this moment Feng Wudao made a move. With a raise of his hand, his sleeve swung out, and his origin energy surged to directly blast the three disciples of Skywolf Fort flying. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Wudao, 600 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form, and they coiled down. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Instantly, the members of the 10 dynasties including the members of the Dark Han dynasty were shocked. This Feng Wudao is actually a 4th level Void Transformation Stage expert. The expression of Bainan Yin Zishang's master went grim. The pupils of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor couldn't help but constrict as he muttered. I truly never imagined that he concealed his strength so deeply. In this way, it's extremely likely that the Grand Imperial Uncle that hasn't been heard from until now died at his hands. On the other hand, the Dark Han dynasty's second prince Bai He, the young prince Bai Hao Zishang, and the other young geniuses revealed shocked expressions at this moment. Never had they imagined that the strength of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, would be so strong. 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Such strength was sufficient to look down upon the entire Dark Han dynasty. No, even looking down upon the 10 dynasties wouldn't be a problem. This was completely obvious from the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the group of people from the other 9 dynasties. Even though I've heard of the Dark Han dynasty's Feng Wudao in the past, yet I never imagined that he was such a terrifying expert. The experts of the various dynasties sighed successively. Such an expert has actually appeared in the Dark Han dynasty. The young geniuses of the various dynasties were greatly shocked as well. Fourth level of the void transformation stage? Needless to say, as a member of the 10 dynasties, your natural talent is sufficient to make you feel proud. But, you attacked a disciple of my Skywolf Fort in my Skywolf Fort. Do you think I don't exist? Feng Wei looked coldly at Feng Wudao. In the next moment, no one saw clearly what had happened. Feng Wudao's entire body was blasted flying, and the origin energy on his body was on the verge of being obliterated, causing his aura to become dispirited and on the verge of collapse. Who? After Feng Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, the gaze he looked at Feng Wei was filled with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above is formidable indeed. Your discerning ability isn't bad. I only gave you a slight punishment earlier. If you dare commit another offense, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and his words completely didn't take Feng Wudao seriously. So what if Feng Wudao was at the 4th level of the void transformation stage? Feng Wudao was no different than an ant before him. You? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly went grim when she saw her father being heavily injured, and she glared angrily at Feng Wei. But she hadn't spoken when she was stopped by the panic-stricken Feng Wudao, as he was deeply afraid his daughter would vent her anger on Feng Wei because of this. If Feng Wei struck a killing blow, then even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to protect his daughter. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao with a worried expression, and with a raise of his hand, he directly withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it over to Feng Wudao. This is... Feng Wudao was stunned as he looked at the medicinal pill before him. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. Duan Lingtian said. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly consumed the Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. After a short moment, his injuries had recovered by more than half, and his pale countenance had recovered its rosy color. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill? For a time, many people from the 10 dynasties looked at Duan Lingtian with surprised expressions. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, a Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill could be considered to be a rare thing. When faced with these surprised gazes, Duan Lingtian didn't comment. It was because he wasn't prepared, otherwise, he would even be able to refine a Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Wait! Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he thought of a method to escape. It was to expose his identity as a Grade 2 alchemist, and make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort be unwilling to touch him. Perhaps there was a Grade 3 alchemist in Skywolf Fort, but it was absolutely impossible for there to be a Grade 2 alchemist. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew through the memories of the 2 lifetimes that Samsara Emperor Wu experienced. Skywolf Fort was only a power that was situated at the border of the foreign lands, and it was utterly nothing in the entire foreign lands. Whereas in the central area of the foreign lands, any first-rate power only had to send out a martial monarch realm expert to easily annihilate Skywolf Fort. Martial monarch realm experts were legends in the 10 dynasties and were rumors in the border of the foreign lands, yet they were real existences in the central area of the foreign lands. Chapter 781. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, it more or less had 1 or 2 martial monarch realm experts holding down the fort. Skywolf Fort could perhaps be considered to be a local tyrant in the borders of the foreign lands. But if it was placed in the entire foreign lands, it could only be considered to be a third-rate power. It was even to the extent that it was inferior to many third-rate powers in the central area of the foreign lands. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, a Grade 2 alchemist would fight to the death for it. So there were very few Grade 2 alchemists that were willing to condescend to a third-rate power like Skywolf Fort. After all, there was no one that didn't want to go higher. If a Grade 2 alchemist was willing to rely on Skywolf Fort, then it was utterly impossible for Skywolf Fort to refuse, nor did it have any reason to refuse. I've really gone down a dead end. I actually forgot this. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. At the critical moment, he'd actually forgotten that he was already a Grade 2 alchemist and weapons craftsman. No matter if it was Feng Wei or Dongguo Lei, they weren't surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a Grade 3 medicinal pill. Not to mention there were a few Grade 3 alchemists in Skywolf Fort, even the Dongguo clan had one. In the ancient desert city, so long as one possessed sufficient origin stones, one was completely capable of easily purchasing many grade 3 medicinal pills, and one of them included the grade 3 life recovery pill that Duan Lingtian had passed to Feng Wudao earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, looks like this Duan Lingtian has really turned a deaf ear to your words. Why don't I personally take him away? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can be at ease. I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with a trace of blood. Dong Guolei looked at Feng Wei with reverence as he waited for Feng Wei's reply. He didn't dare make a decision of his own before Feng Wei. In the end, Feng Wei nodded. Dong Guolei started laughing when he saw Feng Wei nodding. Zishang started laughing. Zhao Wei started laughing. All the people that wished for nothing more than for something to happen to Duan Lingtian started laughing. On the other hand, including Feng Wudao, Feng Qianwu, and Zhang Shouyong, everyone that was concerned about Duan Lingtian went grim, and their expressions were as unsightly could be. Whoosh! Dong Guolei flew out and flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao once again appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. Humph! A mere 4th-level void transformation stage martial artist dares to be presumptuous before this patriarch? You're courting death. Dong Guolei grunted furiously as the origin energy on his body swept out. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! A phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose as 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly condensed into form and dashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. 6th-level void transformation stage. Many people's expressions changed drastically. In the entire Outer Realm, the Dongwu clan was only a mediocre power, yet it was precisely the patriarch of such a clan that actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation, and it was truly shocking. Such strength was entirely capable of sweeping through the 10 great dynasties by himself. As expected of the foreign lands that caused the expressions of the members of the 10 great dynasties to go pale, and it was indeed far from something the 10 great dynasties that resided in a remote area could compare to. A mediocre power of the foreign lands possessed a terrifying strength to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he intended to directly speak of his identity as a grade 2 alchemist. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian. Even the other people present, including Feng Wudao, were stunned. They felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the scene that had suddenly occurred before their eyes. The arm of Dong Guolei, who originally pounced menacingly towards Feng Wudao, was still halfway there when it was already severed at the shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out in a dazzling and resplendent manner. All the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, didn't notice anything wrong from the beginning until the end. Suddenly, Dong Guolei's arm was severed. As for Feng Wudao and the others, they'd instead clearly heard the brief sword howl, and the time the sword howl appeared was too short. If it wasn't for their strength being extraordinary, it would be utterly impossible for them to hear it. The body of Dong Guolei, who had his arm severed, trembled as he revealed an expression of pain, yet he forcefully endured it and didn't make a sound. He hurriedly grabbed onto his severed arm and held it tightly at the place where his arm was severed. An origin energy flickered within his body as he wanted to connect his severed arm. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head to look up into the sky, and his face was filled with fear. Just now, he vaguely caught a glimpse of the sword ray that fell from the sky and cut off one of his arms. The strength of the opponent was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. He was utterly unable to offend an existence like this. So from the beginning until the end, he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of offending the expert that was concealed in the shadows. Damn it! That expert wouldn't be helping Duan Lingtian, right? Dong Guolei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was most worried now that the expert was helping Duan Lingtian. If it was really like this, then killing Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be more difficult than ascending the heavens. Dong Guolei took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wei. He knew that Feng Wei would absolutely not let the expert that was concealed in the shadows off so easily. Now he only hoped that Feng Wei would be able to drag that expert out and kill him. In this way, that bit of worry of his would vanish into thin air. Who is it? On the other hand, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's calm expression finally revealed a change. However, His gaze didn't look up into the sky. Instead, he looked towards the herbaceous peony pavilion that was beneath Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei, long time no see. Under the focused gazes of numerous people, a middle-aged man with a robust figure suddenly flashed out from within the herbaceous peony pavilion. After a short moment, the middle-aged man vanished before the eyes of most people. When he appeared once more, he was already by Su Li's side. "Master!" Su Li couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man appear. Earlier, even though his heart burned with anxiety when Duan Lingtian was facing danger, he didn't make useless efforts and ceaselessly contacted his master instead. Because he knew that unless his master made an appearance otherwise, even if everyone from the 10 dynasties protected Duan Lingtian with all their might, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. The person that severed the arm of the Dongua clan's patriarch earlier was him? This expert was able to sever the arm of the Dongua clan's patriarch so easily. I presume he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. In this way, his strength isn't inferior to Vice Fort Master Feng. He's the master of that young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That young genius is standing by Duan Lingtian's side. And he seems to be a friend of Duan Lingtian. The members of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. The scene before their eyes had taken a sudden turn, and it caused them to be dazed, causing their feelings to rise and fall along with it, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Su Li's master? Zishang's face went grim. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Su Li's master would actually be an expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, and he'd even made an appearance at this moment. When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to be taken away by Dongua Lei, Zishang's heart was filled with unwillingness when Dongua Lei interfered. Now he only hoped that Feng Wei, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, would be able to suppress Su Li's master. On the other hand, those people that wished for nothing more than to Duan Lingtian had extremely unsightly expressions. Just a little bit more and this Duan Lingtian would have died. All of them felt that it was extremely unfortunate. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Long Yun, everyone from the Dark Han dynasty including Feng Wudao were shocked by the strength of Su Li's master. He condensed a sword from afar within the pavilion and severed the arm of the Dongua clan's patriarch. How formidable was this ability? The Dongua clan's patriarch was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage at any rate. Even a 7th level void transformation stage expert would probably not be able to possess such formidable strength, right? Senior, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li's master with a surprised expression. Even though he'd always known that Su Li's master was present, because he didn't know the strength of Su Li's master, he didn't know if Su Li's master would be able to save him from the hands of the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Feng Wei. Now, Su Li's master had made a move domineeringly and severed the arm of the Dongua clan's patriarch, and it allowed him to see hope, even though he already had a method to deal with it. But if he did that, then he would undoubtedly have to work for the Skywolf Fort, and even though he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. He believed that no one would be willing to work for a power that once wanted to kill him. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed to thank Su Li's master. He'd met Su Li's master twice, and Su Li's master had saved his life twice, so he felt respect from the bottom of his heart towards an existence like this. Su Li's master nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wei with a gaze that was like a sword. Sword 13. Feng Wei's expression was exceedingly gloomy as he said angrily, "When did it become your turn to interfere in the matters of my Skywolf Fort?" Even though Feng Wei was furious, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. It was even to the extent that a trace of fear was faintly mixed within the depths of his gaze. Obviously, he was afraid of the strength of Su Li's master, Sword 13. Sword 13 was a formidable sword cultivator in the Blade Sect, and he was the second strongest expert in the House of Swords of the Blade Sect, and he'd once fought Feng Wei many years ago. In just a single move he'd lost at Sword 13's hands. Whereas the Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that was on par with the Skywolf Fort. But even if he knew he was no match for Sword 13, Feng Wei wasn't afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the Skywolf Fort and not the Blade Sect. Not to mention that his strength could only be ranked in the lower middle amongst the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. There was another strongest fort master in the Skywolf Fort. I naturally can't be bothered to pay attention to the matters of your Skywolf Fort, but this young brother is the friend of my closed-door disciple. It was fine if I wasn't present, but since I'm present, then I'm really afraid this disciple of mine wouldn't acknowledge me as his master if I were to stand by idly. Sword 13 said indifferently. Besides that, do you think I wouldn't know the objective of your Skywolf Fort holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Let me tell you. My Blade sect wants half of the young experts that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Sword 13, don't go too far. Chapter 782. Going too far? Sword 13 started laughing. Feng Wei, this matter isn't my personal decision, and it's the decision of our entire Blade sect. Of course, our Blade sect won't take advantage of your Skywolf Fort for nothing. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade sect, those bald donkeys know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that your Skywolf Fort is holding with great fanfare. Do you hope that our Blade sect will cooperate with them? Or do you hope that our Blade sect will cooperate with your Skywolf Fort? Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath. On the other hand, the rage on Feng Wei's face vanished like the wind because of what Sword 13 said, and it was replaced by gloominess. Never had he imagined that this matter would actually be found out by those bald donkeys that were difficult to deal with. Since he's the friend of your closed-door disciple, then let's drop this matter. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Feng Wei's words caused the nearby Dongua Lei's face to go grim, and he said hurriedly and anxiously, Vice Fort Master Feng, you promised me. You can't. Dongua Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Wei about to change his mind. Is it your place to interfere in what decision I, Feng Wei, make? Leave, I'll return that favor to you sooner or later. Dongua Lei's words were like a fuse that completely lit up Feng Wei's rage, and it caused Feng Wei's face to seem as if it was covered in a layer of frost. Dongua Lei's face went grim when he heard Feng Wei. Never had he imagined that the dignified vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, would change his mind just like that. Of course he knew clearly in his heart. Even if Feng Wei changed his mind, he would be helpless against Feng Wei because he was utterly not a match for Feng Wei. Dongua Lei took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian before leaving a voice transmission behind before leaving. Duan Lingtian, you're lucky today and escaped calamity. But being lucky for a moment doesn't mean that your luck will be so good for your entire lifetime. This was a voice transmission that Dongua Lei sent into Duan Lingtian's ears before he left, and his words were filled with a threatening tone that displayed his resolution. As long as he could avenge his grandson, he was willing to pay any price other than his own life. Even if Duan Lingtian had that Sword 13 as his backing, he didn't care. So long as he found an opportunity, he would make a move and kill Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. After he killed Duan Lingtian, he would flee far away from the ancient desert city. As for whether the Dongua clan would vent their anger on Sword 13, he didn't care. If it wasn't for the fact that he was confident in getting Feng Wei to help him deal with Duan Lingtian on this trip to Skywolf Fort, he would have secretly killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. But never had he imagined that even if Feng Wei was willing to help him for the sake of returning the favor, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the end. Sword 13 appearing out of nowhere had completely disrupted his plans. Duan Lingtian didn't care when facing Dongua Lei's threat, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear Dongua Lei's voice transmission. After Dongua Lei left, Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Sword 13 before leaving as well. For a time, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties descended onto Sword 13 in unison. Based on what he said earlier, he seems to be from that Blade sect. In terms of strength, that Blade sect is surely not inferior to Skywolf Fort. Aren't you spouting nonsense? If it wasn't for that, would the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort admit defeat? However, I don't know what they meant by what they said just now. Many people whispered in discussion, especially the members of the Dark Han dynasty. Besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun, All of them looked at Sword 13 with slightly dumbstruck gazes. Even though Feng Tianwu had seen Sword 13 kill people in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the Darming dynasty that day, yet she never imagined that Sword 13's strength would actually be so terrifying, and even far surpass her father. An expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above. Moreover, it seemed to not be as simple as the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage. In other words, it was extremely likely that this Sword 13 was a formidable existence at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage or even the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Sword 13 remained indifferent when faced with so many gazes. He raised his head slightly, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at causing trouble. If Su Li was like you, I'm afraid I'd have broken a leg long ago. Even though Sword 13 said this, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly see that when Sword 13 mentioned Su Li, his eyes obviously contained a smile. Obviously, Sword 13 was extremely fond of his closed-door disciple. Su Li laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. No matter if it was most of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty or the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties, all of them looked at Su Li with gazes that were filled with envy. They envied Su Li for having such a formidable master, and such a formidable backer. With a backer like this, not to mention anything else, so long as he didn't offend the Overlord and Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, he was practically capable of moving unhindered in the ancient desert city. Damn it! Just a little bit more. Zishang's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Earlier, when he saw the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei, wanted to take Duan Lingtian away, excitement couldn't help but arise in his heart. But right at the critical moment, Sword 13's appearance had instead caused all of this to become transient fireworks. This was difficult for him to accept. Once I possess sufficient strength, the first person I kill will be this Sword 13. Zishang looked at Sword 13 as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Whoosh! Zishang was the first to leave, and he returned to the pavilion he resided in. Just a little bit more. On the other hand, the other people that wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to suffer a mishap like Zhao Wei similarly felt disgruntled because of this. The people gradually dispersed. Not long after, only the group of people from the Dark Han dynasty remained in the sky. Su Li, aren't you going to introduce them to me? The emperor of the Dark Han dynasty looked at Su Li and asked with a light smile. Obviously, the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty wanted to get acquainted with his master, Sword 13, through Su Li. Even though he didn't know what the blade sect that Sword 13 mentioned earlier was, as the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, his mind was agile, and he was able to easily discern. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was rather afraid of Sword 13 and the blade sect behind him. It could be seen from this that the blade sect ought to not be inferior to Skywolf Fort. Originally, as far as the emperor was concerned, Su Li was from their Dark Han dynasty no matter what, and he had to give Su Li face and introduce the mysterious Sword 13 to Su Li. But he was bound to be thinking too much. In next to no time, his expression went grim and became extremely unsightly. Am I very familiar with you? Su Li glanced indifferently at the emperor, and then he lightly smiled as he called out to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong before returning to the Peony Pavilion with Sword 13. As he looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others that were disappearing into the distance, the emperor's expression was as unsightly as it could be. However, even though he was furious, he didn't dare reveal it. What a joke! If Su Li's master, that expert called Sword 13, wanted to deal with him, he would probably only need a single sword strike to kill him. As for Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zishang's master, Bai Nanin, all of them were silent and speechless. In front of such a powerhouse, they only felt powerless. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Su Li into the Peony Pavilion, and within the spacious room, Su Li officially introduced his master to Duan Lingtian and the others. Sword 13, an expert of the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Practically all the disciples within the Blade Sect were martial artists that utilized sabers or swords, and they were divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Sword 13 was precisely the vice-sect master of the House of Swords. After Su Li introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Sword 13 nodded and squeezed out a trace of a rare smile on his face. You're really not bad. If you're willing, I can make an exception and allow you to enter the House of Swords and become an elder of our Blade sect. Sword 13 looked at Feng Wu Dao. Obviously, he was rather shocked that a genius in the martial Dao like Feng Wu Dao could appear in the 10 dynasties. He was extremely clear about the cultivation environment in the 10 dynasties. Feng Wu Dao was able to break through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage before the age of 50 under the adverse cultivation environment of the 10 dynasties, and it was extremely rare. Feng Wu Dao's eyes lit up when he heard Sword 13, and his body emitted strong battle intent. Are there many experts at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade sect? Of course. Sword 13 nodded. There are no less than 7 people at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above in my Blade sect. As for people at the 4th level of the void transformation stage to the 6th level of the void transformation stage, there are over 20 people. I'm willing to join the Blade sect. Feng Wu Dao lightly smiled as he spoke. He'd been obsessed with the martial Dao all his life, and he liked to challenge experts and break through himself on the fine line between life and death. His achievements today were not only because of his talent but also because of this. Now, when he heard Sword 13 say that there were many existences at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade sect, Feng Wu Dao was moved. Once he entered the Blade sect, then wouldn't he have many opponents to train with? Very good. Sword 13 nodded once more when he heard Feng Wu Dao agree. Since you're willing to become an elder of our Blade sect, then return to the Blade sect with me after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Joining the Blade sect was undoubtedly a great turning point in Feng Wu Dao's life. Duan Lingtian believed that with Feng Wu Dao's natural talent and ability, once he arrived at the Blade sect, he would surely be able to shine brilliantly and even have the chance to become one of the few experts in the Blade sect. He who possessed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara felt that he was extremely accurate in discerning people. As far as he was concerned, perhaps Sword 13 was stronger than Feng Wu Dao now, but it was hard to say in the future because Feng Wu Dao had the potential to become an expert. Perhaps Uncle Feng has the chance to become a martial monarch stage expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Congratulations, father. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Chapter 783. In next to no time, Sword 13 and Feng Wu Dao left Su Li's room successively. For a time, only Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and Su Li remained in the entire room. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto Su Li in unison. They had too many questions in their hearts, and they urgently wanted Su Li to answer them. Su Li, Sr. said earlier that the Blade sect wants half of the young experts that stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He kept having the feeling that what Sword 13 said was absolutely not as simple as the Blade sect wanting to compete for disciples with Skywolf Fort. I don't know as well. Su Li laughed bitterly. I only know that it was my master that asked me to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, he would bring me back to the Blade sect after the competition ends. Even though Su Li had already become Sword 13's disciple for a period of time, he'd never followed Sword 13 back to the Blade sect. Then why did your master say that Baldi caused the expression of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort to go pale? Is that bald donkey really that scary? Feng Tianwu continued to ask. Actually, I don't know much about those baldy donkeys. I only heard my master mention that those baldy donkeys represent a power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to our Blade sect. Su Li spoke with slight helplessness as he didn't know much. I can be sure that there's surely a reason why Skywolf Fort suddenly held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, this reason caused the Blade sect and another power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to the Blade sect to pay attention to it. Zhang Shouyong guessed. His guess obtained the unanimous agreement of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Right, Su Li, why is your master called Sword 13? This ought to not be his true name, right? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong looked at Su Li in unison, and they had the same bewilderment in their hearts. Sword 13 didn't seem like a proper name no matter how they heard it, and it was more like a code name. I know that, Su Li said. because I once asked Master this question. According to Master, there's a tradition in our Blade sect. The sect leader of the Saber sect and the sect leader of the Sword sect in the Blade sect have to go through an extremely brutal selection process. Every 30 years, such a selection process would be held. During that selection, no matter if it was the House of Blades or the House of Swords, each of them would carefully select 18 outstanding disciples that intended to become the sect master. From the moment the 18 outstanding disciples of the House of Blades agreed to participate in the selection, their past names ceased to exist, and only a new name remained. They were respectively Saber 1, Saber 2, Saber 3, and even Saber 18. At this point, Su Li paused for a moment. For example, Long Yun's master is precisely this generation's Saber 5, and he'll officially take over the House of Sabers of the Blade sect in a few years. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Long Yun's master?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was naturally not unfamiliar with Long Yun. The former Saber young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters was the foster son of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, and Long Yun could be considered to be half an enemy of his. Of course, after he killed Long Wei, they could already be considered to be true enemies. Once Long Yun found out that he'd killed Long Wei, Long Yun would surely wish for nothing more than to fight him with his life on the line. Originally, since he suppressed Long Yun in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian didn't take Long Yun seriously any longer, because he felt that Long Yun would soon be left far behind by him, and was nothing to worry about. When he saw Long Yun once more during the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. At that time, Long Yun seemed as if he'd been reborn, and a tremendous change had occurred in his body. Even though Long Yun was still inferior to him, it wasn't much inferior. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters, causing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, whereas Long Yun's strength was still able to follow behind him at a neither fast nor slow pace, and this caused him to be filled with emotion towards Long Yun's fortuitous encounters. According to his knowledge, Long Yun's fortuitous encounters were similar to Su Li's, and both of them had a master that came from the foreign lands. Moreover, the masters of these two people were fellow disciples. Su Li addressed Long Yun's master as Martial Uncle Saber, whereas Long Yun addressed Su Li's master as Martial Uncle Sword. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by the way they addressed their respective masters. Is there anyone that addresses their seniors like this? Now, he came to an understanding. One was Saber 5, the other was Sword 13. If they didn't address them like this, then how should they address them? In this way, your master is the next sect master of the House of Swords as well? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Su Li nodded. Long Yun's master, Saber 5, was the only one amongst the 18 disciples of the House of Sabers that passed through the selection and survived. The other 17 disciples of the House of Sabers have all died. It can be said that Saber 5 stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Sabers to obtain his current status and accomplishments. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Su Li sighed. Because Su Li's master, Sword 13, was the same, and he stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Swords to become the successor of the House of Swords. Your House of Swords is really terrifying. My father wouldn't be in any danger after joining your House of Swords, right? When she heard about the tradition of competing for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim, and she asked with slight fear. Of course not. Su Li laughed bitterly. In the House of Swords, only the competition between the House of Sabers and House of Swords is comparatively intense. Normally, the disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious, whereas the disciples of the House of Swords are more or less the same. The disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious? The disciples of the House of Swords are similar? Zhang Shouyong smiled spuriously. Based on what you said, there seems to be something wrong between the disciples of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Naturally, there's nothing wrong with it. According to my master, it's just that no one is willing to submit to another, and there would occasionally be some friction and competition between them. Su Li spoke with slight embarrassment. He'd only found out about some of the situation in the House of Swords from his master, and he himself didn't know much about it. You call this nothing wrong? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Li. In his heart, he rather approved of the independent management method of the House of Sabers and House of Swords in the House of Swords. As for the bloody competition for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, he didn't feel it was anything. Cloud Continent itself was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to become a person that stood above others, then there was naturally no lack of difficulties and obstacles. Only by passing through layer upon layer of difficulties and obstacles would one be able to truly stand at the true peak. This was something that Duan Lingtian deeply felt, because he possessed the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the rebirth martial emperor, whereas during those 2 lifetimes, the rebirth martial emperor had walked step by step to finally become a martial emperor stage expert that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Su Li, in this way, if you want to compete for the position of sect master of the House of Swords in the future, then you'll have to undergo a bloody competition with the other 17 outstanding disciples of the House of Swords? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this, and his brows knit together tightly as he was worried for Su Li. Yes. Su Li nodded. This is the normal process. Of course, Master won't force me to compete for the position of sect master of the House of Swords. Senior is really good to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. After they chatted idly for a while, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 bid their farewells to Su Li before leaving the Peony Pavilion. After they returned to the Narcissus Pavilion, Duan Lingtian didn't return to his room but instead stayed outside the pavilion and seriously cultivated the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. After the series of encounters from before, Duan Lingtian's mood had been constantly changing, and he'd long since tossed the feelings he had from cultivating the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash to the back of his mind. So when he cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash once more now, he didn't have the feeling of wanting to be hasty. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian pointed out with his sword, and 2 divine dragons condensed from origin energy whistled out while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. One of the divine dragons that was comparatively more material abruptly shot out 2 rays of light from its eyes. Swish! Swish! The ray of light tore through the sky and flashed out with an extremely terrifying speed before touching the enormous rock outside the pavilion. In the past few days, Duan Lingtian had frequently cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash here, so this enormous rock was already riddled with holes since long ago. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian stopped, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand as he calmed his heart and comprehended. His wind concept rose ceaselessly. The incident that occurred today was quickly tossed to the back of Duan Lingtian's mind. In his world, only the wind concept of being calm like a virgin and moving like a mad rabbit remained. Time silently flowed by, and the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began grew closer and closer. During these 2 days, not a single young genius of the 10 dynasties left Skywolf Fort to go outside, and all of them stayed in their respective pavilions with tacit understanding to cultivate in meditation. Every single one of them felt extremely great pressure. Perhaps they could be considered to be outstanding existences in their respective dynasties, but now they weren't just competing with the young geniuses of their own dynasties, they had to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties as well. Even if you were the number 1 expert in the younger generation of your dynasty, you didn't dare say that you would surely be stronger than the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Dusk descended, and the setting sun was like blood, causing the entire Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had been dyed in blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous and strange. Time really passes quickly. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Duan Lingtian leaned on the balcony of the pavilion as he looked at the red glow that covered the sky and muttered to himself. He'd already made preparations to welcome the competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu flying over from afar, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Tianwu, where did you go? Elder brother Duan. I've inquired about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Chapter 784. The rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he neither agreed nor disagreed. What's there to find out about this? It's nothing more than advancing through battles, it's all the same. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had experienced many martial competitions, so he was extremely familiar with the old methods of advancing through battles. Elder brother Duan, the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't advancing through battles. Feng Tianwu's eyes revealed a mysterious expression. It's not advancing through battles? Then what's it? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was truly slightly curious when he heard Feng Tianwu say this. I heard that the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will allow the 100 young geniuses of our 10 dynasties to enter a certain place in the Skywolf Fort. After that, the group of us will be locked in there and be allowed to undergo chaotic battles. The chaotic battles will only stop after a certain amount of people have died. But everyone that enters there has to not only protect themselves, they have to kill others. Feng Tianwu caught her breath and spoke slowly. Chaotic battles? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. What does Skywolf Fort take us to be? Slaughter machines? Needless to say, this rule was extremely cruel. At the very least, it was extremely cruel to Duan Lingtian. It was only the first round of the selections, yet it required numerous corpses to pave the path forward for a few people, and it was difficult for him to accept. Moreover, in the eyes of many young geniuses, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually only an ordinary combat arena. Even though some of them didn't feel that they would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they still wanted to use it to temper themselves. Duan Lingtian was sure that once this rule was made known, many of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties would surely refuse to participate. It was only the first round of the selections, and if you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. Elimination and death were tightly bound together, leaving one with no other choice. Besides that, I heard that up until now, only the few fort masters of Skywolf Fort know exactly how the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections are carried out. I wonder if there are any special rules or restrictions in the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections. Feng Tianwu said again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then his eyes flashed. If possible, it's best to seek cooperation. And it must be someone you trust. If you worked with someone you didn't trust, who knew if he would stab you in the back? Therefore, if he only had people he didn't trust to choose, he might as well be alone. I've already thought about it. I'll work together with you, elder brother Duan, brother Zhang, and Suli to form a small group. At that time, I want to see who dares to provoke our group. Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes twinkled. From her words, she was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian's strength. That's a good idea. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he flew out and left the Narcissus Pavilion. Let's go. Let's go look for brother Zhang and Suli. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong had once again arrived at the Peony Pavilion, and they entered Suli's room to gather with Suli. Duan Lingtian, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Why are all of you looking for me so anxiously? Suli asked curiously. That's right, brother Lingtian, what exactly happened? Zhang Shouyong asked as well. Zhang Shouyong was called out by Duan Lingtian, and the latter didn't have the time to explain before bringing Zhang Shouyong to Suli. So Zhang Shouyong still didn't know why Duan Lingtian had gathered them together. Tianwu, tell me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu replied before telling Suli and Zhang Shouyong about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that she told Duan Lingtian about earlier. Instantly, their expressions couldn't help but go grim. The first round of the selection is to allow 100 of us to enter a place and enter into a chaotic battle? Suli couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who set such a perverted rule? At that time, I'm afraid at least half of the people wouldn't be willing to play with Skywolf Fort. Indeed, Zhang Shouyong said with a serious expression. Once this rule is exposed, more than half of the people will surely give up. After all, everyone only has one life. Unless it's a person that's especially confident in their own strength, otherwise, it's practically impossible for them to be willing to participate in such a life and death selection. If what young Miss Tianwu heard is true, Then the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is practically comparable to the bloody selections of our blade sect to compete for the position of master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Su Li's eyes flashed as he spoke with a serious tone. Tianwu said she heard it from an elder of Skywolf Fort. That person has a Skywolf crest on his chest, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. Duan Lingtian said, so this news ought to be true. When he saw the flickering gazes of Su Li and Zhang Shouyong that were obviously filled with fear towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. Tianwu and I came to look for the both of you mainly because we wanted to discuss how to deal with the first round of the life and death selection. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this. Tianwu and I intend to form a small group with all of you to face the remaining 90+ young geniuses from the various dynasties, and survive the first round of the life and death selection. Duan Lingtian spoke of the suggestion that he'd discussed with Feng Tianwu. Alright, I agree. Su Li's eyes lit up. I agree as well. Zhang Shouyong had no objections as well. It was also because they trusted each other with Duan Lingtian, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for them to reach a consensus so quickly. After all, once they decided to work together, it was equivalent to handing their backs to each other without any precautions, and they needed mutual trust to be able to accomplish this. In Su Li's room, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had reached a consensus that they would form a small group and face the first round of the life and death selection of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. In next to no time, the 4 of them dispersed. The veil of night gradually descended, and the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were either cultivating to improve their cultivations, comprehending concept, or cultivating martial skills. The heavy atmosphere carried a slight oppressive feeling, and it seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow morning. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by Skywolf Fort for the 10 dynasties. No matter which dynasty the young genius was, so long as they were able to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, that dynasty would be able to obtain the rewards of Skywolf Fort. Besides grade 3 spirit weapons, numerous medicinal pills, and high-grade origin stones, the rewards were also the concept fragments left behind by the void transformation stage experts. The concept fragments were the most precious amongst all the rewards, and everyone in the 10 dynasties wanted to obtain it. It was precisely because of this that the 10 dynasties were so attentive towards the martial competition of the dynasties, and it was even to the extent that they'd prepared for an entire 4 years for this. 4 years was neither long nor short, and it was sufficient for many things to occur. Just like Duan Lingtian. Compared to the him from 4 years ago, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and it was difficult to link the two together. Of course, it was speaking in terms of his cultivation. As for his appearance, there was not much difference between the current Duan Lingtian and 4 years ago. He usually paid attention to maintaining his appearance. Coupled with his profound cultivation base, the aging of his appearance was almost negligible. It was even to the extent that so long as Duan Lingtian was able to break through to the martial monarch stage within 10 years, he would retain his youth forever. At that time, he would be able to maintain his current appearance forever. No matter if another 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years passed, even if the internal organs in his body gradually aged, his appearance wouldn't change in the slightest. At dawn, everything came to life, and the entire outer fort of Skywolf Fort was bustling with noise and excitement. The representatives of the 10 dynasties and all the young geniuses left their respective pavilions and headed towards the vast combat arena in the outer fort. After a short moment, most of the people stood in the sky above the combat arena and waited silently. Whoosh! 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 8 figures flashed through the sky and arrived at the side of the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. It's that Duan Lingtian. There's also that Sword 13 from the Saber clan. That's the Darkhan Dynasty's Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, and that peerless beauty by his side ought to be his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but whisper in discussion when they saw the 8 figures descending. The 8 people that had just arrived were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and Su Li, there was also Su Li's master, Feng Wu Dao, and another pair of master and disciple. The young one amongst them was precisely Long Yun. Before Long Yun stood a curly-bearded man that didn't care about his appearance. He had a wide saber hung on his waist and wore old clothes, causing him to seem like a bandit. He's Saber 5? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he faintly guessed the identity of this curly-bearded man. Saber 5, the vice master of the House of Sabers in the Blade sect. It wouldn't be long before he would become the master of the House of Sabers, and only the master of the House of Swords could compare to his status in the Blade sect. The other members of the Blade sect could only look up at him from afar. Saber 5 was someone that Duan Lingtian's group of 6 had encountered on the way here. At that time, Saber 5 had brought Long Yun along to head towards them, and he didn't say a single word before converging with them. Of course, whether Saber 5 had communicated with Sword 13 via voice transmission wasn't something that Duan Lingtian could know. Duan Lingtian, I hope you didn't do anything to my foster father. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I won't let you off. Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced indifferently at Long Yun. He was able to discern that it was Long Yun's voice. Chapter 785. Early on, when Long Yun followed Saber 5 over earlier, Duan Lingtian had already used his spiritual force to detect Long Yun's cultivation. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by this, he wasn't surprised. After all, no matter if it was Su Li's master, Sword 13, or Long Yun's master, Saber 5, they were both members of the Foreign Lands Blade sect. Perhaps in the entire Foreign Lands, the Blade sect was only a third-rate sect, yet the cultivation resources it possessed were far from something the various powers of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the eyes of the members of the 10 dynasties, spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists could only be chanced upon by luck. Yet in the Blade sect there were many in stock. As the vice sect master of the House of Swords and House of Sabers, no matter if it was Sword 13 or Saber 5, it wasn't difficult for them to take out a few spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists. So even if Long Yun's cultivation had stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. But if he really wanted to calculate it carefully, Long Yun's improvement was undoubtedly the greatest amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. After all, during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition that day, Long Yun was only a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, he'd only spent a year of time to transform from a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to a 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Such improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. How could you possibly know? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Long Yun's ears, causing Long Yun's face to go slightly grim, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, after he broke through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, he'd never fought. Moreover, besides his master, it was logically impossible for anyone else to know that he'd broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage a few days ago. When faced with Long Yun's terror and uneasiness, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and he instead shot his gaze at the members of the other 10 dynasties. Including him, it wasn't long before the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had already gathered together. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered, "The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is about to begin." As if to complement Duan Lingtian's mutterings, from the direction of Skywolf Fort, 2 incomparably ear-piercing whistling sounds suddenly came from afar. At practically the exact same moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air above the combat arena, in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. The 2 newcomers were both wearing the green uniform of Skywolf Fort. They had the badge of a Skywolf's head pinned on their chests. The eyes of the Skywolf's head were both golden. Their identities were on the verge of being revealed. They were the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. One of the vice fort masters wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others, as they just met him 2 days ago. It was precisely Feng Wei who'd gone to look for Duan Lingtian with the Donghua clan's patriarch. As for the other vice fort master, his status in Skywolf Fort was obviously higher than Feng Wei. Feng Wei stood in midair at a position faintly slightly behind this person, and it imperceptibly revealed Feng Wei's reverence towards this person. This was an old man with an emaciated appearance, yet his eyes flickered with bright lights, and he entirely didn't seem like the appearance of an old man. I'm the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort Ning Kan. This person by my side is the Vice Fort Master of our Skywolf Fort as well, and he's called Feng Wei. The old man's gaze flashed past everyone from the 10 dynasties as he spoke with a calm tone. As he spoke, he introduced himself in Feng Wei. Greetings, Vice Fort Masters. Instantly, many people bowed and many people nodded in greeting. Of course, there were also many people that paid no attention to these two people. These people were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others that stood silently at the side. After Ning Kan lightly smiled to the others, his focused gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others, and then his gaze flashed back and forth between two of them in the end. Sword 13 Saber 5. I truly never imagined that both of you would actually come to my Skywolf Fort together. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to greet you. The people Ning Kan's gaze looked at were precisely Sword 13 and Saber 5. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were respectively the vice sect masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Most importantly, the two of them had already been decided as the sect master of the House of Swords and the sect master of the Dao sect, and they were the two future leaders of the Blade sect. So even if it was Ning Kan, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing Sword 13 and Saber 5. Old man Ning, go about your business and take it as we don't exist. We've mainly come today for the sake of inspecting the results of these two brats' cultivation during these past few years. Saber 5 glanced indifferently at Ning Kan as he spoke. Saber 5, I only heard that Sword 13 has taken a disciple. Could it be that you've taken a disciple as well? Ning Kan asked with slight surprise. Call him over. Right at this moment, Saber 5 looked at Long Yun. Greetings, Vice Fort Master Ning. Long Yun didn't dare dally when he heard his master's orders, and he hurriedly took a step forward in the sky before bowing to Ning Kan. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Ning Kan smiled as he nodded to Long Yun, and then he looked at Su Li. You ought to be Sword 13's disciple, right? According to my understanding of Sword 13, ordinary people are utterly unable to enter his eyes, let alone become his disciple. It's obvious from this that you're surely extraordinary. Vice Fort Master Ning, you're too kind. Su Li replied modestly. At the same time, besides the gazes of all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, besides descending onto Su Li, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties had descended onto Long Yun. They'd already met Su Li 2 days ago, and they knew that he was the closed-door disciple of an expert from another power of the foreign lands. At that time, they were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy towards Su Li, and all of them wished for nothing more than to replace Su Li. Now, when they found out that Long Yun possessed an identity similar to Su Li, the gazes they shot at Long Yun were similarly filled with envy and jealousy. This Long Yun is actually the disciple of an expert from a power of the foreign lands as well. His and Su Li's luck is really good to actually be able to take an expert from a power of the foreign lands as their master. They seem to have only come from the Darkstone Empire, and they can be considered to have transformed from wild chickens into phoenixes now. Why don't I have such a good fate? Some of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty couldn't help but whisper in discussion, and later on, there were even many young geniuses from other dynasties that joined in. So this is Long Yun's fortuitous encounter. Zishang's gaze flashed as he muttered to himself. When he hadn't met Duan Lingtian, when Duan Lingtian hadn't become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zishang, who was similarly one of the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had known Long Yun since long ago. It was precisely because of this that when he saw Long Yun in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition that day, he guessed that Long Yun ought to have obtained some fortuitous encounter just like him. The facts proved that he'd guessed correctly. It was precisely because Long Yun had taken a master from a power of the foreign lands that he was able to possess an extraordinary cultivation. Amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past, I'm afraid only Long Yun and I walked the furthest. That crazy young master, Flame young master, and Sword young master have already been left far behind by us. Zishang couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the other three great young masters that were equally famous with him in the past. Firstly, I Ningcan, represent our Skywolf Fort to welcome all of you from afar to the ancient desert city. No matter what the outcome of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is, our Skywolf Fort will give a meeting gift to the 10 dynasties. Ningcan spoke with a clear voice. At the same time, he looked at the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Representatives of the various dynasties, please take a step forward. Instantly, the 10 people including the Dark Han dynasty's emperor stood in the sky and took a step forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the exact same moment, Ningcan raised his hand and shot out 10 flowing lights that flashed directly towards the 10 people that stood forward. The 10 of them hurriedly stretched out their hands to catch it, and when they looked at their hands, all of their faces instantly flushed red. Concept fragments. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. These 10 first-level advanced concept fragments can be considered as the meeting gift that our Skywolf Fort gives to the various dynasties. Ningcan spoke slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 10 dynasties took a deep breath and suppressed their excited feelings before expressing their thanks successively. Even though Ningcan had only given them the lowest level of concept fragments, yet even this lowest level concept fragment was sufficient to assist them in comprehending advanced concept. A concept fragment like this even had an over 50% possibility of creating a void transformation stage expert for their various dynasties. On the other hand, the gazes of the other people that knew what a concept fragment represented lit up, and their breathing couldn't help but become hurried. What extravagance from Skywolf Fort! It's only a meeting gift, yet they've given 10 concept fragments. Concept fragments are the crystals formed from the void transformation concept, comprehended by a void transformation stage expert, and it's extremely precious. In our dynasties, concept fragments have always been existences of legend. Yeah, the number of void transformation stage experts in our various dynasties can be counted with one hand, let alone a concept fragment that can only be left behind by a void transformation stage expert after their death. Many people whispered in discussion. In next to no time, those young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that hadn't heard of concept fragments beforehand were moved after they understood the meaning that concept fragments represented. Presently, besides the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, only Duan Lingtian, Sword 13, Saber 5, Su Li, and Long Yun were able to maintain their composure amongst the people present. Even Feng Wu Dao and his daughter were slightly moved now, and they were shocked by the extravagance of Skywolf Fort. The reason Duan Lingtian and the others were able to maintain their composure was because they knew that a mere first-level advanced concept fragment was utterly nothing to Skywolf Fort. Chapter 786. So long as the young geniuses of your various dynasties become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later, you'll be able to obtain various other generous rewards. Ningcan continued. On the other hand, Ningcan's words caused the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties to light up. Most of the young geniuses even rubbed their palms together, and were prepared to display their ability, and give a good performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, I invite the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come out. Young geniuses of the same dynasty, stand together. Ningcan continued. Instantly, the young geniuses present flew out successively. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others were no exception. After they flashed out, they converged together with Zishang, Bai Hao, and the others, causing the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty to gather together. Duan Lingtian, I'll trample you beneath my feet sooner or later, and make you kneel before me and kowtow while begging for mercy. A familiar and gloomy voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Is that so? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned who the person that sent out the voice transmission was. His gaze instantly descended onto his old rival, Zishang, and he replied with a disdainful tone. According to my knowledge, it seems to be not the first time you've said this, right? You! Zishang's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy in his body roiled as if it would whistle out at any moment. In the end, Zishang took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart, and he didn't flare up in the end. Not to mention he didn't have much confidence in going against Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was far from being a match for him, he didn't dare act rashly at this moment. What a joke! This was Skywolf Fort, and it wasn't a place where he could act wantonly. After Duan Lingtian talked back to Zishang and caused Zishang to fly into a rage from embarrassment, Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to Zishang, and instead looked at the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties that had gathered together. These young geniuses were currently gathered into 9 groups, and they represented the other 9 dynasties. Those are the members of the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the nearby 10 young geniuses at the first possible moment. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto one of them. It was precisely because of this person that he was able to confirm at the first possible moment that these 10 young geniuses were from the Darming dynasty. Zhao Wei. He was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming dynasty, and he was equally famous as the Darming dynasty's crown prince. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Wei was also looking at him. However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over, Zhao Wei avoided his gaze, as if he didn't dare to meet his gaze. Perhaps the last time he had fought with Duan Lingtian, it had left him with a great psychological shadow. Besides that, Duan Lingtian also saw the 3rd prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Hao, and the few young men that had attacked him before. Now, when these people looked at him, their expressions were extremely ugly. That should be the Darming dynasty's imperial family's crown prince, Lu Yong. The young man that stood before the 3rd prince drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. The young man had a dignified appearance, and his actions emitted the aura of a superior at all times. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to easily guess the identity of this person. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the young geniuses of the other dynasties, and it quickly locked onto 2 people. These 2 people were precisely the people that had come into conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant near Skywolf Fort a few days ago, and they seemed to be from the Darchu dynasty. These people are probably from the Darchu dynasty, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had taken their positions, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Ken in unison. Right at this moment, whoosh, 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 10 figures flashed over from the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and they arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye before standing behind Ning Ken and Feng Wei. These were 10 old men that wore uniform green-colored uniforms, the Skywolf crest on their chests, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. They're elders of Skywolf Fort. Many people present guessed the identities of the old men through the Skywolf crest on their chests. The Skywolf crest with silver-colored eyes was something that only the core disciples and elders of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear. On the other hand, all these old men had extraordinary dignified auras, and they were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. Next, the 10 of them will separately go look for all of you. At that time they'll take out an age measuring pearl, and all of you have to place your hands on it. Ning Ken looked around at the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. I presume all of you know beforehand that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort is only limited to young geniuses below the age of 40. Ning Ken's words weren't surprising to many people, because this restriction had been spread to the lowest level kingdoms of the dynasties since long ago, so all the young geniuses present were naturally clearly aware of it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of the young geniuses of a few dynasties instantly went grim, and they seemed to be slightly restless. Could it be that they've concealed their true ages? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort flashed towards the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. One of them arrived before Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. A milky white pearl appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the surface of this pearl emitted a faint white light, causing one to know with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary object. Age measuring pearl. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this milky white pearl, and it was precisely the age measuring pearl that could measure a person's age. Of course, this age measuring pearl wasn't omnipotent, and it could only measure the age of a person below the age of 70. So long as a person below the age of 70 placed their hand on the age measuring pearl, it would have a different reaction. When a 1-year-old child placed their hand on the pearl, a crimson-colored ribbon would appear on the pearl. When a 2-year-old child, 2 crimson-colored ribbons would appear. And so on and so forth. When 10 years old, it would be 10 crimson-colored ribbons. Once a young man and woman at the age of 11 placed their hand on the pearl, 11 crimson-colored ribbons wouldn't appear, but an orange-colored ribbon would appear instead. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet, every single colored ribbon would appear at most 10. When 20 years old, it would be 10 orange-colored ribbons. When 21 years old, it would be a yellow-colored ribbon. When 30 years old, it would be 10 yellow-colored ribbons. When 31 years old, it would be a green-colored ribbon. When 40 years old, it would be 10 green-colored ribbons. And so on, until 70 years old, it would be 10 violet-colored ribbons. Once a person above the age of 70 placed their hand on the age measuring pearl, an abnormality would occur to the age measuring pearl, and it would be unable to carry out a normal test. In next to no time, all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to place their hands on the age measuring pearl. The ribbons that appeared out of thin air on the age measuring pearl caused their eyes to be unable to refrain from lighting up. Most of the people were above the age of 35. In next to no time, it was Su Li's turn. When Su Li placed his hand on it, 10 yellow-colored ribbons instantly appeared on the age measuring pearl, and it measured Su Li's current age, 30 years old. Su Li is only 30 years old? Instantly, the group of young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty that didn't know Su Li's true age couldn't help but be moved. In other words, when the Dark Han dynasty held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year ago, Su Li was only 29 years old? Not more than 30 years old. As expected of Sword 13's disciple, this scene was noticed by the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Ning Kan, and his eyes lit up as he couldn't refrain from praising. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, it still entered into the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the age measuring pearl that Su Li held under his hand. When they saw the 10 yellow-colored ribbons on the pearl, they were shocked as well. He's only 30 years old? As expected of the closed-door disciple of the blade sex expert, such natural talent is shocking. To think that I thought he only had good luck earlier. Now it would seem that there was a reason why that expert from the blade sect took him as his closed-door disciple. The young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. You're 40 years old? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded out, and it caused the gazes of everyone present to move from Su Li in unison to descend towards the distance. It's from the Darchu dynasty. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he concentrated his attention towards the source of the voice. Presently, a problem had arisen over at the side of all the young geniuses of the Darchu dynasty. Or more accurately speaking, a huge problem had arisen. There was a young man that looked to be almost middle-aged that had placed his hand on the age measuring pearl, and 10 green-colored ribbons had appeared on the age measuring pearl. 10 green-colored ribbons represented that the person that placed his hand on the age measuring pearl had already reached the age of 40. 40 years old? The expressions of the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort instantly sank when they saw this scene. In the next moment, with them as the center, numerous gloomy auras swept out, and it caused the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties to feel a chill run down their spines. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already arrived before the young man that was measured to have reached the age of 40. You're 40 years old? Feng Wei stared at the young man as the gloomy aura on his body swept out and enveloped the young man, causing the young man's face to go pale as his body shivered. At this moment, the young man felt that the person standing before him wasn't a person any longer, but a bloodthirsty wolf that would open its bloody mouth and swallow him at any moment. Yes, Vice Fort Master Feng, I just reached the age of 42 days ago. There ought to be no problem, right? The young man's voice trembled as he asked with an extremely perturbed expression. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the scene before him. This young genius from the Darchu dynasty was precisely one of the few people whose expressions had gone grim when Vice Fort Master Ning Can spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. He'd already reached the age of 40, and it meant that he didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort this time. He's probably going to suffer misfortune. Chapter 787. Practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Feng Wei moved. Swoosh! In the next moment, the head of the young man from the Darchu dynasty that was measured to have reached the age of 40 suddenly split open, causing blood to spray out as his entire body lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Bang! The young man's corpse hadn't even had the chance to fall onto the combat ring when it was completely destroyed by Feng Wei's extremely violent palm strike, causing it to vanish into thin air and transform into powder that covered the sky as if it had completely merged into the heavens and the earth. All of this only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point only Sword 13 and Saber 5 were able to react in time. After a short moment, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties couldn't help but go grim when they recovered from their shock, and some of them frowned as they felt the members of Skywolf Fort were truly too overbearing. Isn't it just 40 years old? Wouldn't it be over if he was punished lightly and his qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties be revoked? Is there a need to kill him? The thoughts of these young geniuses were the thoughts of the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Even though the expression of the representative of the Darchu dynasty was unsightly, yet he dared be enraged but didn't dare speak out. Not to mention this wasn't the Darchu dynasty. Even if this was the Darchu dynasty, he could only stand obediently at the side and act like a grandson when facing an expert like Feng Wei. Lord Vice Fort Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed my true age. Right when most people were still unable to bear the scene from before, a person suddenly walked out from amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and then he knelt in midair with his head lowered while his body shivered. Lord Vice Fort Masters, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This young man that walked out from the Dark Han dynasty ceaselessly begged for mercy. For a time, he'd successfully diverted the attention of everyone present, causing the gazes of everyone present to descend onto him in unison. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized with a single glance that this person was one of the few people that instantly revealed expressions when the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. There seemed to be another 3 people. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past all the young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. At practically the exact same moment, a young genius from each of the 3 dynasties dashed out and similarly knelt in midair before the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The 4 of them knelt in the air, kowtowing and begging for mercy. If they had knelt on the ground, they would have knocked their heads until they bled. They were clear in their hearts. If they didn't stand out now, they would be exposed when it was their turn to place their hands on the age-measuring bead. He would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to admit his mistake early. Perhaps he could still hope for a chance of survival. Obviously, the scene of Feng Wei making a move earlier and killing that 40-year-old man from the Darchu dynasty in the blink of an eye had given them a great shock. Meanwhile, including the representative of the Darming dynasty, the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties went grim, as they'd never imagined that such an incident would occur. Besides the Darchu dynasty, amongst the young geniuses they brought over, there was actually a person that had reached the age of 40 and didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei grunted coldly. All of you standing here today undoubtedly have the intention of deceiving our Skywolf Fort. There ought to be no need for me to tell all of you the consequences of deceiving our Skywolf Fort, right? As he spoke, killing intent that shot into the sky arose from Feng Wei's body. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The bodies of the 4 young men from different dynasties trembled even more intensely, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale and their voices trembled. Vice Fort Master Feng. The representative of the Darming dynasty looked at Feng Wei with the intention of pleading for mercy. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was terrified by Feng Wei's icy cold gaze to the point he didn't dare continue speaking. What? You, the representative of the Darming dynasty, want to bear this responsibility? Feng Wei smiled spuriously as he looked at the representative of the Darming dynasty, one of the two void transformation stage experts of the Zhao clan in the past, Elder Qian. The reason he said it was in the past was because the other void transformation stage expert of the Zhao clan had been killed by Sword 13 in the Ice Flame Pavilion, in the capital of the Darming dynasty, a few months ago. If you want to bear this responsibility, then I allow you to use your life to exchange for his life. As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed terrifying killing intent, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to press down onto Elder Qian, causing Elder Qian's face to go pale. Right when the gazes of most people had moved onto Elder Qian, a fierce and piercing howl sounded out briefly. In the next moment, everyone saw that a bloody line had appeared out of thin air on the throat of the man that knelt and begged for mercy from the Darming dynasty. The bloody line ceaselessly became thick before dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it, whereas, his entire body was completely devoid of any signs of life as he fell from the sky. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure flashed out from the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and he slapped out with his palm to blast the man's corpse into powder. After a short moment, the young man that stood in the distance had become the center of attention of everyone. Most importantly, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had actually appeared in the sky above the young man, and such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was only caused by the origin energy that exploded out from his body. Third level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression when he saw this scene. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who was originally targeting Elder Qian, couldn't help but be slightly moved when he looked at the young man now. Of course, besides the young man's cultivation, the reason he was moved was mostly because of the young man's resoluteness in doing things. This sort of resoluteness obtained heartfelt resonance and praise from Feng Wei. In next to no time, Feng Wei looked at the young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Yong." The young man returned to the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty and nodded to Feng Wei, and from the beginning until the end, there wasn't the slightest change in expression on his face. Lu Yong, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, and he was one of the two great young experts of the Darming dynasty, and his strength was obviously far superior to Zhao Wei, who was equally famous as him. "Lu Yong? Good, very good. Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" Feng Wei revealed a rare brilliant smile as he stared at Lu Yong with a burning gaze as he asked with a smile. "Personal disciple? The personal disciple of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort?" Feng Wei's words caused the eyes of the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty to go red with envy. "I'll be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort just by killing that person that concealed his age? And even be able to become his personal disciple?" Including Zhao Wei, the 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty felt a wave of regret in their hearts, and they regretted why they didn't make a move to kill that fellow earlier. Otherwise, the person that became the personal disciple of the Vice Fort Master would be them and not the Crown Prince Lu Yong. "Master." After recovering from his shock, Lu Yong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Feng Wei when facing Feng Wei, taking the initiative to take him as a disciple. "Haha. Good. Feng Wei laughed heartily, and then he asked, "My good disciple, what concepts have you comprehended?" "Master, I've already comprehended wind, fire and lightning concepts." Lu Yong spoke respectfully. "Wind, fire and lightning?" Feng Wei nodded, and with a raise of his hand, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand before he directly tossed them to Lu Yong. These 3 concept fragments are respectively 4th level wind concept fragment, 3rd level fire concept fragment, and 3rd level lightning concept fragment. "Take them as my gift to you." "Thank you, Master." Lu Yong happily stretched out his hands to receive the 3 concept fragments. If someone looked carefully, they would notice that Lu Yong's hands were trembling intensely, and it was trembling from excitement. On the other hand, the faces of the group of Darming dynasty's young geniuses that were already slightly red flushed red, and their gazes descended onto the other 3 young men that had concealed their true ages. For a time, the origin energy on their bodies flashed as they intended to make a move against those 3 young men. But unfortunately they were still too late. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the other young geniuses of the dynasties that the three young men that knelt in midair belonged to saw Lu Yong so easily become the disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort and obtain 3 concept fragments that caused one's eyes to go red with envy, they imitated Lu Yong and pounced towards their former companions. Instantly, the 3 young men that knelt in midair hadn't even reacted to what had happened when they were blasted into powder by the group of people, and they completely vanished from this world. Mad. All of them have gone mad. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly grim when she saw this scene. Never had she imagined that these people would be so brutal, and they were willing to kill their former companions for the sake of their own benefits. This is the human heart. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and he seemed to not be surprised by the scene before him. Instead, his gaze landed more on Lu Yong. Lu Yong was a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist, the crown prince of Darming Dynasty, and his resoluteness in doing things caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel fear in his heart. Earlier, when the attention of most people was drawn over by the representative of the Darming Dynasty, Lu Yong had actually made a move to kill that young man at the first possible moment. His actions not only helped the representative of the Darming Dynasty, it also displayed his resoluteness in doing things, causing Feng Wei, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, to take a fancy to him and even want to take him as his personal disciple. Needless to say, Lu Yong was the biggest winner up until now. Not only had he obtained a formidable backing, he'd even obtained 3 concept fragments that others yearned for even in their dreams. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved by those 3 concept fragments. As for the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties, if the gazes they shot at Lu Yong could transform into sharp blades, they would have probably sliced Lu Yong into 1,000 pieces since long ago. Feng Wei, congratulations on taking a good disciple. Ningkan looked at Feng Wei and smiled. Thank you, martial uncle. Feng Wei was respectful and reverent when facing Ningkan. Ningkan is Feng Wei's martial uncle. Chapter 788. But now, only Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. The attention of the others was practically drawn over by the group of young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. Earlier, these young geniuses had made a move in unison to kill the other 3 young men that had concealed their ages to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Originally, they'd learned from Lu Yong and wanted to obtain the favor of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort and obtain the extremely precious concept fragment. But now they were bound to be daydreams. Not to mention it was impossible for so many people to be taken as disciples by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Just their actions of following the trend would be impossible for them to be taken seriously by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Continue. In next to no time, Ningkan's stern voice sounded out, and it caused the young geniuses of the other 3 dynasties to return to their original positions. On the other hand, Lu Yong had returned to the group of young geniuses of the Darming Dynasty, and what greeted him were numerous extremely burning gazes. Zhao Wei stared at Lu Yong as flames of envy leaped about in his eyes, and it was practically capable of burning anything into ash. At this moment his heart was filled with unwillingness. On what basis? On what basis did Lu Yong suppress him in the past and even obtain an extremely great fortuitous encounter now, causing Lu Yong to have the momentum to forever surpass him? He was unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, this matter had already become a foregone conclusion. When the gazes of the others were placed on Feng Wei and Elder Qian, who were in a temporary confrontation, Lu Yong had made a move resolutely and won a fortuitous encounter for him. Sometimes fortuitous encounters were so ingenious. An opportunity was only fleeting in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had died. The remaining 95 young geniuses that hadn't had their ages measured placed their hands successively on the age measuring pearl in the hands of the Skywolf Fort's elders. On the side of the Dark Han dynasty, a group of people successively underwent the test. After Su Li by Hao Zishang, and Long Yun became the temporary center of attention. Because their ages weren't even 35, whereas Long Yun was only a little over 30, and he was even younger than Bai Hao and Zishang. Saber 5, looks like you've taken a good disciple as well. Ning Can smiled as he spoke to Saber 5 when he saw Long Yun's test results. When Saber 5 heard this, some pride appeared on his face. Meanwhile, on the Dark Han Dynasty's side, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu hadn't undergone the test. Elder brother Duan, you go first. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and walked up to the elder of Skywolf Fort. The elder of Skywolf Fort was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Just by looking at his appearance, the purple-clothed youth in front of him was only about 25 years old. When Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other young geniuses from the Dark Han Dynasty descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even the two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were no exception. Among the group of young talents present, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were undoubtedly the youngest. Moreover, both of them were in the Dark Han Dynasty's camp, so it was impossible for them to not draw the attention of others. Even some of the representatives and young geniuses of the other dynasties couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian now, as they wanted to know Duan Lingtian's true age. The reason Su Li wasn't curious was because he'd known Duan Lingtian since long ago. All those years ago, when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Army's genius camp, he was 18 and Duan Lingtian was 16. It was precisely because of this that he'd always remembered that Duan Lingtian was 2 years younger than him. Age-measuring pearl. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to touch the age-measuring pearl. Instantly, he felt a warm energy come from the age-measuring pearl, and it covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. In next to no time, this warm energy returned to the age-measuring pearl. Meanwhile, 8 yellow ribbons appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it indicated that Duan Lingtian's current age was 28. 28 years old. Instantly, many people that were paying attention to Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even though they were able to determine that Duan Lingtian ought to be less than 30 years old from Duan Lingtian's outer appearance. But when they really saw the results of the age-measuring pearl, they still couldn't help but be shocked. I truly never imagined that amongst the 10 young geniuses that came from the Dark Han Dynasty, there's an existence less than 30 years old. Even such a young man has come. Looks like there's really no one left in the Dark Han Dynasty. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian was in the limelight, the faces of Zishang, Zhao Wei, and the others that had conflict with Duan Lingtian sank as cold lights flickered within their eyes. What's your name? Meanwhile, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a light smile. On the other hand, Ning Can's question caused many young geniuses to reveal envious expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They were able to discern that the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort had aroused great interest towards Duan Lingtian. Looks like this Duan Lingtian is going to be taken as a disciple by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. I don't think it's for sure. Even though this Duan Lingtian is young, he hasn't revealed his cultivation. Before he reveals his cultivation, his value is uncertain, and it ought to be insufficient for Vice Fort Master Ning to take him as a disciple. Many people whispered in discussion, and they spoke similar words. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Ning Can and met his gaze in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're really not bad. So long as you're able to pass through the first round of the selections, then I, Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, am willing to take you as my personal disciple. Ning Can raised his voice as he spoke. According to Ning Can's current tone, it seemed as if his willingness to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple was the fortune that Duan Lingtian had accumulated from 3 lifetimes, and at the same time, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Ning Can, and he was slightly indifferent. You want to take me as your personal disciple? That depends on if I'm willing or not. While Duan Lingtian was displeased here, all the young geniuses present revealed envious expressions as they looked at him, and all of them wished for nothing more than to swallow him up. Even though Ning Can didn't directly take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, Ning Can's promise still caused the group of young geniuses to be unable to refrain from feeling envious in their hearts. Why don't we have such treatment? If they knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment, They would probably even have the heart to kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Sword 13, who stood silently at the side, glanced indifferently at Ning Can. And then he spoke out. Ning Can, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Don't have the qualifications. As soon as these words of Sword 13 were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to be deathly silent. Those young geniuses that revealed envious expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian earlier were completely dumbstruck. Every single one of them wished for nothing more than to be able to become the personal disciple of Ning Can, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Yet now, someone said that Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, and at the same time that it caused them to feel disbelief, their gazes descended onto Sword 13 in unison. If these words were spoken by another person, then perhaps they would have mocked him since long ago. But the person that spoke these words was Sword 13, an expert of the Xenorealm power, the Blade Sect, that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Sword 13, what do you mean by this? Ning Can's face sank. Sword 13's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face in public, so how could he endure it? Sword 13, this is Skywolf Fort, not your Blade Sect. Feng Wei spoke angrily as well. What do I mean? Sword 13 paid no attention to Feng Wei and looked at Ning Can instead as he said indifferently, Ning Can, didn't you hear me clearly? You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Ning Can's expression became even gloomier when he heard this. Sword 13, today is the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held, and I won't fight for it with you. But this doesn't mean that I, Ning Can, am afraid of you. Whether I have the qualifications to become Duan Lingtian's master isn't up to you to tell me what to do. Ning Can paid no further attention to Sword 13 after he finished speaking. It's good to be confident, but I'm afraid some people overestimate their ability. Duan Lingtian, am I right? As Sword 13 finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. Yet he didn't reply. Now, if he were to speak the truth, then he would undoubtedly offend Ning Can. If he were to lie, then not to mention he was unable to do so, even if he did, he would offend Sword 13. Moreover, Sword 13 was a senior he respected, so it was impossible for him to offend Sword 13. So he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, the test continued. Only Feng Tianwu remained on the Dark Han Dynasty's side, and after Feng Tianwu walked out, she drew the gazes of many people once more. Heavens! Could it be that the Dark Han Dynasty really has no one else? This person is even younger than Duan Lingtian, and it's such a woman. Looks like the Dark Han Dynasty has really declined. All the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. Their words seemed to look down upon Feng Tianwu. When faced with these sighs, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If these fellows knew of Tianwu's current strength, they would probably not think like this. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu's hand had already been placed on the age measuring pearl, and 5 yellow-colored ribbons had appeared on the age measuring pearl, and it indicated her current age. 25 years old. This age was the youngest amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it was sufficient to shock anyone. 25 years old. I hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage when I was 25. Even though the Dark Han Dynasty seems to have no geniuses in the younger generation because a woman like this has obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but I presume this woman is at least a martial artist at the void initiation stage. This natural talent can be considered to be not bad. Especially when she's a woman, she's much stronger than me all those years ago. In next to no time, waves of discussions arose in the surroundings. Besides the group of people from the Dark Han Dynasty, at least 90% of the people present doubted Feng Tianwu's strength. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu didn't mind, as she would use her strength to make all these people that looked down upon her shut their mouths. A group of short-sighted people, how lamentable. Chapter 789. But truthfully speaking, her appearance isn't bad. A woman with such an appearance is rare in the world, and it's the first time in my lifetime that I've seen such a beauty. The eyes of a young genius from the Darming dynasty narrowed as he looked greedily at Feng Tianwu. She's so beautiful and possesses a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. A woman like this isn't commonly seen, and anyone that's able to obtain her would surely be fortunate from their previous lives. Another person spoke out. If I'm able to ride a woman like this, then it would surely be an extremely wonderful thing. Another young genius from the Darming dynasty looked at Feng Tianwu as he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and he spoke with a lustful expression. You're courting death. At the instant Feng Tianwu's expression went grim, Duan Lingtian's expression went grim as well, and he shouted out furiously as his entire body flashed out to sweep towards the young genius from the Darming dynasty that spoke rudely. But even though Duan Lingtian's speed was swift, someone else's speed was swifter. Swish! The brief howl of a sword resounded out abruptly. Before everyone had the time to react, a bloody hole had already appeared on the neck of the young genius from the Darming dynasty. Blood ceaselessly sprayed out, and the young genius from the Darming dynasty that was speaking out of turn earlier maintained his original posture, yet he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Along with the corpse of the young genius from the Darming dynasty falling down, a wave of ear-piercing explosions sounded out. In the next moment, an awe-inspiring wind from a palm swept out and blasted the corpse into powder that scattered in the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! At the same time, a tall red-colored figure stood in the sky and revealed himself. It was precisely Feng Wu Dao. When he saw Duan Lingtian had killed the person that disrespected Tian Wu, Duan Lingtian's figure stopped as his expression recovered slightly, yet his eyes still contained frightening coldness mixed within. His eyes that were filled with coldness flashed past the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty. Feng Wu Dao, you actually dared kill a member of my Darming dynasty. The expression of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan's elder Qian went grim as he looked at Feng Wu Dao, yet he didn't dare make any movements, because he knew that he was far from being Feng Wu Dao's match. 2 days ago, when the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, and the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, went looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao had once revealed his cultivation. At that time he was present. He deserves to die. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at Elder Qian. From the moment he profaned my daughter, his life no longer belonged to him. You. Elder Qian was instantly exasperated when he heard this, yet he was unable to say anything because everyone had heard it. It was their Darming dynasty that was in the wrong first. But never had he imagined that Feng Wu Dao would make a move and kill the young genius of their Darming dynasty because of something he said. The Darkhan dynasty's Feng Wu Dao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his gaze descended onto all the young geniuses of the Darming dynasty. At the first possible moment, he noticed that the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, had suddenly looked at the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Lu Yong's master now. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Lu Yong had surely said something to Feng Wei via voice transmission, and the greatest possibility was that Lu Yong wanted Feng Wei to stand up for their Darming dynasty. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. When Feng Wu Dao returned, Feng Wei took a step forward, and his cold gaze descended onto Feng Wu Dao as he said with a low voice, killing a guest of our Skywolf Fort in our Skywolf Fort. You're merely a void transformation stage martial artist from a tiny dynasty. Yet you actually dare be so audacious? You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky and enveloped him within it in an aggressive manner. On the other hand, his gaze locked onto Feng Wu Dao at the first possible moment. Right when Feng Wei intended to make a move, whoosh! A figure instantly vanished on the spot, and when it appeared once more, it was already before Feng Wu Dao and firmly protected Feng Wu Dao behind it. The appearance of this person caused Feng Wei's face to go grim, and he shouted out furiously at the same time. Sword 13, what's the meaning of this? The person that appeared before Feng Wu Dao was precisely Sword 13. Sword 13 had a calm expression when facing Feng Wei's shout. Feng Wei, you want to make a move against an elder of my House of Swords before me. Could it be that I can't interfere? Everyone present has witnessed and heard the incident from before. You know clearly who's right and who's wrong. If you really want to make a move against an elder of my House of Swords because of this, then even if you have Skywolf Fort behind you, my House of Swords will still not let you off until one of us is dead. Not let you off until one of us is dead. As Sword 13 finished speaking, his tone was filled with cold and indifferent killing intent, and it caused Feng Wei's expression to become extremely livid. The House of Swords will not let me off until one of us is dead? Not to mention anything else. Just Sword 13's words caused fear to arise from the bottom of his heart. Everyone in this border area of the foreign lands knew that the group of sword cultivators in the House of Swords of the Blade Sect were out-and-out madmen. Supposedly, 100 years ago, there was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't much inferior to Skywolf Fort. Because it had offended the master of the House of Swords at that time, it was forcefully slaughtered by the group of madmen of the House of Swords to the point of decline. Presently, that power had already been reduced to a mediocre power in the foreign lands. Sword 13 was already the master of the House of Swords in the Blade Sect, and his words were entirely capable of representing the House of Swords. Once the entire House of Swords went against Feng Wei, then even Skywolf Fort might not be able to protect him. So when facing Sword 13's threat, Feng Wei really didn't dare continue doing anything to Feng Wu Dao. Alright, this matter ends here. Ningkan spoke out to break the deathly silent atmosphere at the scene, and at the same time he gave Feng Wei a way out. Feng Wei took a deep breath as he glanced coldly at Sword 13 and Feng Wu Dao, and then he withdrew. At the same time, those people that were wantonly discussing Feng Tianwu earlier had shut their mouths successively, and all of them looked at Feng Tianwu as if she was a dreadful monster. Vice Fort Master, all of them are fine. In next to no time, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort put away the age-measuring pearls one by one before returning behind Ning Kan and Feng Wei, and they reported respectfully. Ning Kan nodded, and then he looked around at all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. Now this Fort Master announces that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has officially begun. Instantly, the gazes of the young geniuses present lit up, and their faces were filled with anticipation. They'd come all the way here for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Supposedly, the people that became eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were even able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by Skywolf Fort like Grade 3 spirit weapons, spirit pills, concept fragments, and so on and so forth. The first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held here. Suddenly, Ningkan raised his head to look even higher up in the sky above the combat arena as he spoke slowly. For a time the gazes of everyone converged over. Yet they were unable to see anything in the end. The horizon was filled with a blue sky and white clouds, and they were unable to discern anything wrong. Only a single person noticed an inkling. What a complicated inscription formation! Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. When Ningkan spoke and raised his head to look even higher up in the sky, Duan Lingtian had looked over as well, and his spiritual force flashed out along with Ningkan, causing him to notice an inkling. It turned out that a complicated inscription formation was concealed at that place, and even Duan Lingtian's spiritual force found it difficult to fuse into it. This inscription formation is obviously the work of a martial monarch stage inscription master. With my current spiritual force, I'm utterly unable to see through it. In next to no time Duan Lingtian noticed this. How formidable was the spiritual force of a martial monarch stage expert? An inscription formation formed from inscriptions inscribed with such spiritual force was utterly not something his current spiritual force could see through. Even if he possessed the lifetime worth of memories related to the Tao of inscriptions of Emperor Wu, he was helpless. Even though his current spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, it was still too weak before an inscription formation constructed by a martial monarch stage expert. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a few other formidable spiritual forces following over, and it caused him to have no choice but to hurriedly withdraw his spiritual force. The other 9 dynasties are really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. These spiritual forces are obviously the spiritual forces of a void transformation stage inscription master. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and for a time he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Obviously, the representatives of the 10 dynasties were all inscription masters. Even if their standards in the Tao of inscriptions were limited, they were inscription masters after all, and they were capable of using a crude method to control spiritual force. Whoosh! In next to no time, everyone including Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, withdrew an ancient copper mirror. The copper mirror looked to be ordinary, yet Duan Lingtian was able to guess that it was surely not simple. Subsequently, origin energy bloomed out from Ning Can's hand before fusing into the copper mirror. Instantly, a material red light shot out explosively from the copper mirror, and when the red light illuminated the sky, it actually caused the wind and clouds above to roil before converging into a ball of material mist in the end. An inscription formation? Instantly, many people discerned the profundity of this mist, and these people included Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, as they'd seen a similar inscription formation. That's right, this is an inscription formation. Ning Can put away the copper mirror in his hand that activated the inscription formation, and then he looked at the young geniuses present in the surroundings. This inscription formation is the venue. All of you will undergo the first round of the selections. Next, all of you will enter it and enter an illusory realm that belongs to all of you. Ning Can's words were obviously spoken to the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. Illusory realm? Ning Can's words caused most people to be slightly puzzled. Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up instead. He wasn't unfamiliar with illusory realms, as the sole skill he possessed, Thousand Illusions, was capable of constructing an illusory space that he could do as he pleased. Within that illusory space, anyone whose spiritual force was inferior to him was equivalent to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and they were at his mercy. He was the absolute ruler within the illusory space he constructed. That illusory realm has another name in our Skywolf Fort. Purgatory Illusory Realm. Ning Can continued. Purgatory Illusory Realm. Chapter 790. The illusory purgatory is like its name. Once you enter it, it's equivalent to entering a world that's like purgatory. Only 50 of you will be able to survive after entering it and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. Right when everyone was trembling with fear from the illusory purgatory, Ning Can spoke out once more and spoke of the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only 50 of you will be able to survive after entering it? Instantly, many young men couldn't help but reveal grim expressions. Didn't that mean that 44 of them were going to die? Some young geniuses that were at the bottom of their respective dynasties were terrified to the point their countenances went ghastly pale, and for a time, they slightly regretted participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Vice Fort Master, can we abstain? In next to no time, a young man asked with a trembling voice. He was in existence at the bottom amongst the 10 young geniuses of his dynasty, and he felt that once he entered the illusory purgatory, he would most probably die. Along with this young man asking this question, many people looked at Ning Can and Feng Wei with expressions of anticipation. Obviously, they had the intention of abstaining as well. What a joke! Even though the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were extremely generous, it was impossible for them to be willing to risk their lives for it. As far as they were concerned, there was nothing more important than their lives. Once they lost their lives, then no matter how generous the rewards were, it would be useless because they were utterly useless. Abstain. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at this young genius and nodded. Sure. Right when the gazes of many young geniuses lit up, Feng Wei's following words caused their expressions to go grim. But, the person that abstains must resist a strike of mine by himself. So long as you're able to survive, you can leave safely. What a joke. Resist a strike of Feng Wei? Feng Wei, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, an existence that seemed to be at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, not to mention people like them that didn't have confidence in themselves. Even if it was the most outstanding young genius of the 10 dynasties, it would be impossible for them to resist a strike of Feng Wei and survive. Instantly, the bodies of many people started to tremble, and they were filled with terror towards what was about to happen next. Seeming to have realized that the atmosphere wasn't right, Ningkan continued. Of course, entering the illusory purgatory doesn't rely entirely on strength. If you're able to smoothly avoid the other martial artists, then even if your strength is the weakest, you'll still be able to survive in the end after 44 people are killed. Ning Kan's words caused the young geniuses that felt despair to recover from their shock, and their gazes lit up. Is this even possible? Wasn't there going to be a melee once they entered? Perhaps Ning Kan noticed the bewilderment of these young geniuses, so he said, the illusory purgatory was constructed with an inscription formation by a martial monarch stage inscription master friend of our Skywolf forts then fort master a few thousand years ago. Once one enters it, it's equivalent to entering a vast world. That place is filled with mountains and forests. There are many places where you can hide. Ning Kan finished speaking in one breath. Martial Royal Realm Inscriptionist? Ning Kan's words caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to be shocked. Never had they imagined that this illusory purgatory had such a great background, and it was actually created by a martial monarch stage expert of legend. To the members of the 10 dynasties, not to mention an expert like Emperor Wu, even a martial monarch stage expert was an existence of legend that was far beyond their reach. Vice Fort Master, will all of us appear at the same place after we enter? Someone couldn't refrain from asking. Instantly, his question resonated with many people, and they were filled with curiosity towards this. If they appeared at the same place, then wouldn't some of the weaker people amongst them become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? That was something they weren't willing to see happen. Don't worry, once all of you enter the illusory purgatory, even though all of you will appear at the same place, yet all of you won't appear at the same place. The closest person to all of you is at least 500 kilometers away, and it's entirely sufficient for all of you to conceal yourselves. Ning Kan continued. So, the first round of the selections of this martial competition of the 10 dynasties belongs to the main battlefield of the young experts that are confident in themselves. They want to find the concealed weaklings and kill them. All of you will only be sent out by the illusory purgatory after you've killed 44 people. Of course, all of you can choose to cooperate with people you can trust while you're inside. For example, the comparatively weaker people can join forces to deal with the comparatively stronger people. Ning Kan's words caused the gazes of many comparatively weaker young geniuses to light up. If we join forces, I'm afraid we can only join forces with people from the same dynasty. Yeah, if we join forces with people from the other dynasties, we might be secretly killed by them. Unless we swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Right, I have to remind all of you of something. It's impossible to swear on blood within the illusory purgatory, because the 99 heavenly tribulation is unable to sense your existence. Ning Kan added. Instantly, the expressions of many people sank, and they had slightly distressed expressions. Looks like we really can only choose to join forces with people from the same dynasty. Even if it's people from the same dynasty, who dares say that everyone is worthy of trust? In my opinion, unless it's someone you can trust, you can't trust anyone else. After all, only by waiting for 44 people to die would the others be able to leave the illusory purgatory and survive to pass through the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. For the sake of passing through the first round of the selections, there would surely be many people that would stop at nothing. After all, the death of a single person would mean that one's safety would be guaranteed. Many comparatively weaker young geniuses had slightly distressed expressions for a time. Looks like our plan to join forces earlier has failed. I never imagined that we would actually be separated after entering the illusory purgatory. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li as he sighed. All of you have to protect yourselves to the best of your ability after entering. It wouldn't be too late for us to join forces after we encounter each other inside. If the 4 of us are able to join forces, then it would be extremely easy for us to pass through the first round of the selections. Su Li spoke. As far as he was concerned, so long as the 4 of them joined forces, then with Duan Lingtian's unfathomable demonic technique, the young geniuses of the various dynasties would absolutely be unable to gain the slightest advantage from them. Exactly. Everyone must be careful after we enter. We absolutely can't make a move without absolute confidence. Duanling Tian spoke with a serious expression. Once one entered the illusory purgatory, it was equivalent to entering purgatory in the mortal world. Even though there weren't any extremely ferocious and evil beings there, yet there were the young experts of the various dynasties that might appear at any moment to kill one. The slightest carelessness was extremely likely to cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss and perish. Feng Tianwu didn't speak, but she'd heard the words of Duanling Tian and Su Li, and she directly nodded to display her understanding. All of you can enter. As Ningkan spoke, the copper mirror in his hand appeared once more, and his origin energy fused into it. Whoosh! This time a strong blue-colored light shot out from the surface of the mirror, and it just happened to be aimed at the material clouds and mist in the sky before shooting onto it. Instantly, the clouds and mist dispersed as a rift appeared on it, and it seemed as if a door had been opened. Swoosh! Right when most of the young geniuses were slightly hesitant, a figure was like a bolt of lightning that instantly entered the illusory purgatory. Feng Wei, this disciple of yours is really not bad. No matter if it's strength or courage, he's extremely outstanding. Ningkan praised. The first person to enter was precisely the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Martial uncle, you're too kind. Even though Feng Wei spoke modestly, yet his face revealed a brilliant smile. Go on. Sword 13 and Saber 5 respectively looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li and Long Yun nodded, and then they seemed as if they were competing and entered the illusory purgatory at practically the exact same time. We ought to leave as well. Duanling Tian smiled to Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong before entering the illusory purgatory with the other young geniuses of the various dynasties that had recovered from their shock. After Duanling Tian entered, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and the remaining group of young geniuses entered successively. After a short moment, a total of 94 young geniuses had all entered the illusory purgatory. Outside, the group of experts of the older generation silently stood guard there as they waited for the outcome. After Duanling Tian stepped into the illusory purgatory, his field of vision was obstructed by an expanse of mist, and even if he stretched out his spiritual force, it would be directly crushed by a shapeless pressure in a short moment. After flying forward for an unknown period of time, the mist before Duanling Tian's eyes dispersed, allowing him to look straight at the world before his eyes. This is the illusory purgatory? Duanling Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the towering mountains and lofty ridges with complicated terrain before him. If someone really intends to hide in a place like this, then it's simply more difficult than ascending the heavens to find him. But fortunately, I have my spiritual force to rely on. With my spiritual force, it's capable of enveloping an area of 100 meters, and anyone that's hidden in the shadows would have nowhere to hide from me. When I came over earlier, there was a pressure that crushed my spiritual force. There ought to be no pressure like that here, right? When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian stretched out his spiritual force. In the next moment, his excited expression completely collapsed. His spiritual force was crushed by that pressure once again. What's going on? Duanling Tian frowned with a puzzled expression on his face. He completely didn't know what had happened, and he didn't know where that pressure came from. Only when Duanling Tian searched through Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories did he find the answer. Looks like there's another soul suppression inscription formation in the illusory purgatory, within the inscription formation constructed by this martial monarch expert. Soul suppression, as its name suggested, suppressed the energy of the soul. Spiritual force was the energy of the soul. In that case, even my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, can't be used in this damnable place? In next to no time, Duanling Tian's face sank slightly. When he used his spiritual force to fuse with the soul brand in the depths of his soul and tried to use the soul skill 1,000 illusions, he discovered that there was no way to construct that illusory space. Chapter 791. As expected, Duanling Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Being unable to utilize his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, meant that he could only rely on his own strength to fight the other young geniuses in this unknown illusory purgatory. By relying on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, Duanling Tian felt that he wasn't afraid of any young genius in the 10 dynasties. But the problem was that he couldn't utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Not to mention he didn't know most of the young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. Even the cultivation revealed by the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Liu Yong, caused him to feel indescribably shocked. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian originally thought that his current cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage was sufficient to be ranked at the front amongst all the young geniuses in the 10 dynasties, but after he witnessed Liu Yong's cultivation, he didn't dare think like this. There's always someone better than you. Perhaps in the other dynasties there were similarly young experts at the third level of the void interpretation stage like Liu Yong, or even young experts at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. The important matter at hand is to first kill those comparatively weaker young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. 94 people. So long as 44 people die, then I'll be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and advance successfully. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and he stopped thinking about it. Whirlwind. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that tore through the sky and headed towards the distance to search for prey. I wonder where Tian Wu, Big Brother Zhang, and Su Li are. I can only take one step at a time in this unknown illusory purgatory, and I only hope that I'll be able to encounter them as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If I'm able to encounter Zishang, then I must kill him no matter what. After that, I'll use the Devil Seal tablet to completely annihilate the incomplete soul that's suspected to be Emperor Wu that's concealed within his body. On the way, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights when he thought of Zishang. Even though the Devil Seal tablet was able to temporarily crush the incomplete soul within Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu, who knew if Zishang would obtain any benefits because of that Emperor Wu in the future. As far as he was concerned, Zishang would be a great calamity sooner or later if he didn't eliminate him. The relationship between him and Zishang had long since reached a situation where only one side would rest until one side died. Zishang, I only hope that your luck isn't that good, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Now, he wasn't worried about anything else, and he was only worried that he wouldn't be able to encounter Zishang. After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian slowed down because he heard a series of explosions in front of him. It was obvious that someone was fighting. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that someone must have encountered them and started fighting. Immediately, Duan Lingtian moved forward in a low-key manner. He hid far behind a cliff and quietly watched the fierce battle in the distance. Two young men were fighting each other. They were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the victor. When he saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above them when they fought, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discern their cultivations. 2 9th-level Void Initiation Stage Martial Artists. After he confirmed their cultivations, Duan Lingtian didn't have any more scruples and directly left the cliff, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that arrived nearby the battle in a short moment. Duan Lingtian didn't have any impression of the two young men that were fighting each other, but he was sure that they weren't from the Dark Han Dynasty, Darming Dynasty or Darchu Dynasty. Duan Lingtian recognized all the members of the Dark Han Dynasty. Because of Zhao Wei, he'd carefully observed all the members of the Darming Dynasty and had a deep impression of them. As for the members of the Darchu Dynasty, because of the two young men that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day, he'd carefully observed them and remembered the appearances of the others. After Duan Lingtian made an appearance, he didn't make a move directly, and he stood silently at the side as he watched the scene before him with a calm gaze. The two young men that were engrossed in battle fought for a short moment before noticing that something was off. When they noticed a person standing nearby out of the corner of their eyes, their expressions went grim as they tacitly split up and retreated to the distance, and at the same time, they hurriedly withdrew healing medicinal pills and consumed them. After they consumed the medicinal pills and slightly digested the medicinal strength, the two of them looked at the person that had stood nearby since an unknown time. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian, the violet-clothed young man before them, wasn't unfamiliar to them, and it could even be said that he was extremely familiar. 2 days ago, the vice-fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, and the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, had personally come to look for Duan Lingtian, and they'd clearly seen it. Besides that, they'd paid attention to Duan Lingtian before they entered the illusory purgatory, and they knew that Duan Lingtian was a young expert of the Dark Han dynasty that was only 28 years old this year. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, and they hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's ability, but for some unknown reason, traces of terror arose in their hearts for no reason or rhyme. Let's join forces and kill him first before continuing our battle. How about it? Suddenly, one of the young men asked the other, as he wanted to join forces with the other to deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. The other young man didn't refuse and agreed resolutely. The pressure Duan Lingtian brought to him was far greater than this opponent of his, and it caused him to have no choice but to be careful. You take the left, I take the right. Let's join forces and pincer attack him. After the young man that suggested joining forces first communicated with the other young man via voice transmission, he directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian's left with the intention of launching an attack from there. The other young man didn't dare dally, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly flashed towards Duan Lingtian's right. Swish! OM! One of them wielded a sword while the other used a saber as they pincer attacked Duan Lingtian. The Origin Energy Sword Light and Saber Light raged, and they contained the fierce and sharp sword concept and saber concept that followed like shadows. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression when facing the joint forces of the two young men. His expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and he had the demeanor of an expert. It wasn't until the dazzling sword light and fierce saber light were close to each other that a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from his body. Bang! The terrifying origin energy whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of milky white flames that shot into the sky. At the same time, the milky white flames swayed and transformed into waves of material gale that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body, and flashed, as if it had formed a layer of defensive light barrier. Clang! 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 The dazzling sword light and fierce saber light followed like shadows and descended on the material gale that flashed around Duan Lingtian's body before they were annihilated. Before the sword light and saber light, the gale around Duan Lingtian's body was like an indestructible wall. Compared to the energy contained within this wall, the strength of the sword light and saber light was on a completely different level. It was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. After the first attack failed, the two young men didn't launch another attack. Instead, they stood at the left and right of Duan Lingtian, and their expressions changed. Concept materialization. The two of them exclaimed in unison. Concept materialization was the symbol of void interpretation concept. Although a similar scene could also appear when the void initiation concept was comprehended to the limit, there was a difference. They were extremely sure that the wind concept that Duan Lingtian executed now was precisely the void interpretation concept. Subsequently, as if they'd discussed it beforehand, they raised their heads in unison to look towards the sky above Duan Lingtian, and they seemed as if they wanted to confirm something. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before transforming into material phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes circled there, and the amount was so great that it caused the two of them to be terrified to the point their faces turned pale, and their bodies started trembling intensely. Heavens! What did we see? 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth formed when Duan Lingtian utilized his origin energy and concept to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. Second level of the void interpretation stage. First level intermediate wind concept. This Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. The expressions of the two of them were extremely unsightly. Never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian, who was only 28 years old, would actually possess such a formidable strength that far surpassed them. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could kill them with a raise of his hand. Now it's my turn as well. Duan Lingtian looked at the two young men that joined forces to attack him, and he grinned. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand, and it was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. This sword, as soon as the sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it caused the hearts of the two young men to palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and the aura that was faintly revealed from the sword caused them to be unable to help but feel fear in their hearts. Whoosh! When the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body fused into the sword in his hand, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his origin energy exploded out completely, it was only comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, just this sword alone caused his origin energy to be amplified by the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons? Wasn't this an amplification of 100%? Even the Grade 1 Spirit Sword of Legend seemed to only provide an amplification of around 88%, right? Right when the two of them were deeply in disbelief, Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As soon as the sword left his hand, he activated his sword concept and executed the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, that he just mastered not long ago. 2 material divine dragons that contained the strength of 81 ancient horned dragons whistled out, and their 4 eyes flashed as 4 dazzling flashes instantly flashed out. Before the two of them had the time to react, the 4 flashes pierced through the space between their brows and throats, causing the origin energy on their bodies to be instantly annihilated. In the next moment, the 2 corpses crashed to the ground. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian chased after them and removed the spatial rings from their hands before taking them for himself. At the same time, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he looked at the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. This quasi-royal grade spirit sword provides an amplification of 100%. The instant I struck out with the sword earlier was really satisfying. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword was precisely the quasi-royal grade spirit sword he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day. This sword came from the hands of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it had passed through many hands to Duan Lingtian. It could be said that Duan Lingtian and the reincarnation Emperor Wu indeed had an extremely miraculous fate in this lifetime. Chapter 792. I wonder how the battles of the others are like. 2 people have died here, so I still lack 42 people. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he flew off into the distance to continue searching for his next target. Of course, he kept an extremely low profile and was careful all along the way. He rarely took the initiative to attack, and he mostly concealed himself at the side of his opponents before making a move when he noticed his opponents weren't a threat. In the following journey, another 3 young men had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Amongst them was a member of the Darming dynasty that had once made a move against him at the 9th floor of the Iceflame Pavilion, and he could be said to be an old acquaintance of his. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian executed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and 4 bloody holes that were penetrated by the Radiant Flash appeared on the body of another young man, causing him to be deader than dead. The lives of others are really lowly like weeds in this world. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that if he encountered an existence that was stronger than him now, then his life would similarly be lowly like a weed that wasn't worth mentioning. It was precisely because of this that every time Duan Lingtian killed someone now, slight fear would arise in his heart. Only by standing at the peak of this world and standing above everyone would I not have to worry about someone trampling on me beneath their feet, and taking my life to be lowly like a weed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heart of an expert became even more tenacious, and his gaze that stared ahead became even fiercer. He wanted to become an expert. He wanted to stand above everyone, stand at the peak, and look down upon all living beings. This was the greatest pursuit in his entire life, and he would have no regrets until the end of his life. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the illusory purgatory. This was a place that was completely constructed from inscription formations, and everything within it was illusory. Of course, to the people within it, all of this was no different than reality. Up until now, a total of 5 young geniuses from the various dynasties had died at his hands, whereas after the corpses of these young geniuses fell to the ground, all of them had strangely vanished. Duan Lingtian knew that those corpses hadn't vanished, and they'd left the illusory purgatory and appeared outside the inscription formation that formed this illusory realm. Just as Duan Lingtian thought. Presently, outside the inscription formation that was like a ball of clouds and mist that had gathered together, a corpse would fly out from it every once in a while and heavily fall onto the combat ring. The appearance of every single corpse caused the expressions of the representatives of the various dynasties to sink. Up until now, there had been deaths in every dynasty. The only difference was the number of deaths. The corpses on the combat arena were divided into 10 places and piled up. Amongst them, the Darkhan dynasty had the least amount of corpses, and up until now there was only one. The person that died was precisely the 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was lucky enough to enter the top 10 during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition that day. But unfortunately, even though he'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he'd still died in a foreign land. After a year of time, even though his cultivation had improved greatly, it had only advanced to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and he was in existence at the bottom amongst the group of young geniuses that had come from the 10 dynasties. This also bound him to the fate of being the prey in the first round of the life and death selections in the illusory purgatory. Once the prey didn't hide properly, they were bound to be hunted down and killed by the hunter. Which dynasty are they from over there? In the sky above the combat ring, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the corpse that lay by itself at the side of the combat ring. Vice fort master, they're from the Darkhan dynasty. A Skywolf Fort elder spoke respectfully and reverently. The Darkhan dynasty? The dynasty that Duan Lingtian is from? Ning Kan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes. The Skywolf Fort elder nodded. Up until now, 23 people have already died. Only 21 people are missing before the remaining people will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. Ning Kan looked at the corpses that were divided into 10 areas on the combat ring and said slowly, if that Duan Lingtian is really able to survive the first round of the selections, then no matter what method he uses to survive, he has the qualifications to become my personal disciple. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, yet it still entered into the ears of everyone present. But besides the representatives of the Darkhan dynasty, the others seemed to be slightly absent-minded, and they didn't envy Duan Lingtian any longer. The expressions of the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were unsightly because the young geniuses of their dynasties had died successively, and they utterly didn't have the mood to pay attention to anything else. Humph! A cold grunt sounded out, and it was Sword 13 who glanced at Ning Kan with disdain. Ning Kan, you're really thick-skinned. I still say the same thing. You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Sword 13, it isn't up to you to decide if I have the qualifications or not. Ning Kan wasn't willing to show weakness as he met Sword 13's gaze. As far as he was concerned, if someone as respected as him, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, wanted to take a young man from a tiny dynasty as his personal disciple, then wouldn't the young man be terrified out of his wits and kneel before him and kowtow? Then we'll see. Sword 13 spoke indifferently, and the space between his brows seemed to be filled with strong confidence. Martial uncle. Right at this moment, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Kan's side, seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned before speaking to Ning Kan via voice transmission. There's something I forgot to tell you. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the good friend of Sword 13's disciple. 2 days ago, subsequently, Feng Wei spoke of the matter of him and the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei, going to look for Duan Lingtian 2 days ago, including the matter of him wanting Dongua Lei to take Duan Lingtian away and Sword 13 standing out to protect Duan Lingtian. What? Feng Wei's words caused Ning Kan's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. If it wasn't for Feng Wei speaking of this matter now, he would be utterly unaware. Never had he imagined that their Skywolf Fort had already given Duan Lingtian such a bad impression before this. Meanwhile, he finally realized why Sword 13 would be so confident that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be willing to become his disciple. So it turned out that all of this had a cause and effect. It's very likely that you'll reject a rare genius martial artist for the sake of a tiny Dongua Lei. Ning Kan looked at Feng Wei, and his eyes seemed to contain a trace of rage. Feng Wei remained indifferent. Martial uncle, perhaps Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, But with his age, I presume it's impossible for him to have any great accomplishments. Moreover, once he enters that place, he's bound to have the fate of being cannon fodder, and it's utterly impossible for him to survive. So even if you're unable to take him as your personal disciple, martial uncle, you don't have to feel regretful. Feng Wei said. Let's see how it goes. If I give up just like this, then Sword 13 will look down on me instead. As for that Duan Lingtian, if he really doesn't know what's good for him, then he's bound to die. As Ning Can finished speaking via voice transmission, a cold light flashed within his eyes. Swoosh! Suddenly, another corpse flashed out from the inscription formation that had condensed into the shape of a cloud and mist, and it fell from the sky before heavily smashing onto the ground. Yi Xiao. The pupils of the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor constricted. Even though he didn't feel it was strange that a second young genius of the Dark Han Dynasty would be killed, yet never had he imagined that this second person would be Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was someone that was ranked in the top 5 of the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago at any rate. In terms of cultivation, he was even above his son Bai He that day. Now, he even possessed a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, yet he'd still died. Of course, he only thought that it was because Yi Xiao was unlucky. As far as he was concerned, Su Li, Long Yuan, and Feng Tianwu were all weaker than Yi Xiao. But the 3 of them didn't die, yet Yi Xiao had died. It was surely because Yi Xiao's luck was bad, and encountered an existence that was stronger than him. If he knew that Su Li, Long Yuan, and Feng Tianwu's strengths weren't inferior to Yi Xiao now, he would probably not think like this. Feng Wudao looked at the location of the inscription formation, and his eyes obviously contained slight worry mixed within. Even though his daughter's natural talent and strength weren't bad, but she was facing the young experts of the various dynasties now, and there was no lack of existences that were stronger than her. Once she encountered them, she would most likely die. I hope that kid Ling Tian will be able to converge with Wu as soon as possible, Feng Tianwu thought silently in his heart. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian converged with his daughter would be safe. He practically trusted Duan Lingtian blindly. Presently, amongst all the experts of the older generation in the sky above the combat arena, only Sword 13, Saber 5, Ning Can, and Feng Wei were comparatively composed, whereas the others had worried expressions. Besides Ning Can, Sword 13, Saber 5, and Feng Wei had disciples within the illusory purgatory, and the reason they were able to be so composed was undoubtedly because they were filled with confidence towards their disciples. Even though the illusory purgatory was slightly different from the so-called purgatory in the mortal world. But to the weak that encountered experts within the illusory purgatory, this place was no different than purgatory in the mortal world because the outcome was practically death. Zhang Shouyong. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, this young expert at the void interpretation stage of the Dark Han Dynasty is probably going to die here. 3 figures flashed out and formed an encirclement around the young man that had a wine gourd hanging on his waist, and a blue-clothed young man amongst them sneered. "It's all of you." The person that was encircled was precisely Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then his gaze descended onto the thin young man as a trace of fear faintly flashed past his eyes. He was more or less slightly afraid of this young genius from the Darchu dynasty. That day in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort, he'd already met this person once. At that time he'd noticed how terrifying this person was, and this person was probably not inferior to him. As for the blue-clothed young man, he didn't take him seriously at all. "Zhang Shouyong, you're dead today. Let me tell you, besides me who isn't a void interpretation stage martial artist, Big Brother Kong and Big Brother Shao are both existences at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Especially Big Brother Kong. He's even comprehended second-level void interpretation stage concept, so killing you is extremely easy." The blue-clothed young man sneered as he looked at Zhang Shouyong. Second-level void interpretation stage concept. Chapter 793. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. The blue-clothed young man saw Zhang Shouyong's expression go slightly pale, and he spoke complacently while assuming Zhang Shouyong's might. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then he picked up the wine gourd from his waist before pouring it into his mouth and drinking large mouthfuls of wine. The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but sneer when he saw Zhang Shouyong still had the mood to drink under their encirclement. Drink, drink. This is bound to be the last time you drink in your lifetime. How noisy! Zhang Shouyong, who was still drinking wine, suddenly shouted out. Right when the three young men that surrounded him couldn't help but be stunned by him, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. At the instant Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively, he swung up the wine gourd that had been accumulating strength since long ago and fiercely smashed it out. The surrounding origin energy coiled around it and quickly fused with his earth concept, causing the concept to materialize and envelop the wine gourd within it. Swoosh! The wine gourd that was covered in a layer of outer clothing tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds as it flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man. In the sky, 64 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with the wine gourd. Watch out! The thin young man and the robust young man went grim as they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man with the intention of rescuing him. But unfortunately, their reactions were still too slow. Zhang Shouyong's strength wasn't inferior to the two of them, and he'd seized the initiative when they were shocked to the point of being stunned for a short moment. Bang! The wine gourd smashed onto the head of the blue-clothed young man, who revealed a terrified expression and blasted his head apart. The blue-clothed young man that was complacent earlier had become a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 At the same time Zhang Shouyong moved. Every single time his feet flashed, he would step on an enormous brick that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on the force to flash out and grab the wine gourd that was smashed out. At the same time, the headless corpse fell down and vanished within the illusory purgatory. The appearance of the headless corpse outside caused all the experts of the older generation outside to be unable to refrain from feeling terrified. Who exactly is he? He's actually so ruthless. Many people sucked in a cold breath. I wonder which dynasty this unlucky fellow is from. Many representatives of the dynasties frowned, and they were worried that this blue-clothed young man was a member of their side. This was because this blue robe was truly too common. Almost every dynasty had young geniuses wearing this color robe. Within the illusory purgatory, Zhang Shouyong, who'd killed their companion under the gazes of the two young experts at the first level of the void interpretation stage, had infuriated the other two young experts. I never expected that you've comprehended the second level of the void interpretation concept as well. The skinny youth stared at Zhang Shouyong with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body raged and turned into a red flame that enveloped his entire body. Whoosh! Above the skinny young man, 20 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before another 30 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The first level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate concept of fire. Also, you're not the only one with a grade 3 spiritual weapon. The thin youth narrowed his eyes, and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. As soon as the spear appeared, it was wrapped in flames and slightly trembled. Whoosh! Subsequently, another 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. Obviously, the 7-foot-long spear in the skinny young man's hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well. But its amplification was far inferior to the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand. After all, the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand was personally refined by Duan Lingtian, and it was capable of amplifying an entire 70% of strength. It was far from something the grade 3 spirit weapon in the skinny young man's hand could compare to. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that killed you is the Darchu dynasty's Kong Fong. The grade 3 spirit weapon in Kong Fong's hand shook, and it was like a nimble python that was shaking its head and wagging its tail. With just you and him? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Kong Fong's strength was indeed not bad, but the gap in their spirit weapons caused Kong Fong to be inferior to him by an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths. Even though the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths wasn't much, it was still a chasm that was difficult to surmount. Most importantly, Kong Fong's companion seemed to only be a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept from the blue-clothed young man he'd killed earlier. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist like this was more than 10 ancient horned dragons inferior to him, and he was unable to pose the slightest threat to him. What? You're looking down on me? The other robust young man sneered, and the origin energy on his body raged before transforming into numerous material violet bolts of lightning that coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Second level void interpretation stage. First level intermediate lightning concept. Second level void interpretation stage? Zhang Shouyong's face went grim when he saw the strength the robust young man revealed. To him, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept was far more dangerous than a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second-level void interpretation concept, because the energy contained within origin energy could be amplified by spirit weapons. Even though I don't have a grade 3 spirit weapon, but I think that even if it's only a grade 4 spirit weapon, it's sufficient to allow my strength to surpass you in all aspects. The cold smile on the robust young man's face grew wider as a thick and wide saber appeared out of thin air in his hand. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit spear that was originally about to penetrate him was shaken to the side and pierced nothing. Who is it? Along with Kong Fong and Xiao Feng's grim shouts entering into his ears, Zhang Shouyong saw a familiar face appear before his eyes, and it caused his eyes to light up. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Kong Fong's face went grim when he heard Zhang Shouyong and saw the familiar violet-colored figure before him. If it was a young genius from another dynasty, perhaps he wouldn't know of Duan Ling Tian's strength. But Kong Fong had instead seen Duan Ling Tian make a move in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had slapped his companion with a speed so swift that it caused him to feel ashamed of his inferiority. At that time, he understood that Duan Ling Tian was at least in existence at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian? Xiao Feng's pupils couldn't help but constrict as well. Never had he imagined that the young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that had started to show off 2 days ago would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. He seems to be only 28, right? A casual swing of his sword had blasted away the grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Fong's hand. In terms of strength, he's probably not inferior to me. Such natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Big brother Zhang, aren't you too ferocious? Going against the joint forces of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist with a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage is something only you can do. Duan Ling Tian completely disregarded Kong Fong and Xiao Feng as he looked at Zhang Shouyong with a smile. Zhang Shouyong was speechless when he heard this. Do you think I wanted to? If I knew earlier that there was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist on their side, then I would have fled at the moment I killed that blue-clothed young man. Chapter 794. Alright, we'll talk about other things later. The important matter at hand is to deal with these miscellaneous people first. Duan Ling Tian spoke to Zhang Shouyong as he turned around to look at Kong Fong and Xiao Feng. Presently, Kong Fong and Xiao Feng had already retreated to the distance, and their expressions instantly sank when they heard Duan Ling Tian. This Duan Ling Tian actually called them miscellaneous people? Zhang Shouyong nodded. The appearance of Duan Ling Tian caused his confidence to increase greatly, and he didn't have any thoughts of fleeing. His burning gaze locked onto Kong Fong at the first possible moment. Brother Ling Tian, leave this fellow that uses a spear to me. Then leave the other one that holds a lousy saber to me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lousy saber? Duan Ling Tian's words caused rage to suffuse Xiao Feng's face, and he shouted coldly. Duan Lingtian, do you really think you can defeat me just because you're able to obstruct Kong Feng's attack? Defeat you? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Is it very difficult to defeat you? Kong Feng. Right when Duan Lingtian and Xiao Feng were in confrontation, Zhang Shouyong had already made a move, and his target was Kong Feng. He fought Kong Feng and occupied the upper hand in a short moment. Before two people with similar abilities, the difference of a few thousand ancient mammoths was still extremely great. So Kong Feng was practically in a passive state as he fought Zhang Shouyong. Xiao Feng. Kong Feng was more shocked the more he fought, and he didn't doubt in the slightest that if this continued, he would be defeated by Zhang Shouyong sooner or later, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to seek help from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's face sank when he heard this, and the origin energy on his body surged out before transforming into numerous material violet-colored bolts of lightning that coiled around his body in a short moment. The Grade 4 spirit saber in Xiao Feng's hand that was like a god of lightning that had descended to the world shook, and it was covered in violet-colored bolts of lightning. The lightning saber that had accumulated force was ready to attack at any moment. In the sky above Xiao Feng, 67 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared. Besides that, a fierce aura rose from Xiao Feng's body and fused into the Grade 4 spirit saber in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying coldness. Subsequently, 3 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. Third-level elementary saber concept. At this moment, Xiao Feng didn't hold back in the slightest and utilized all his abilities. Not only did he completely erupt with his strength at the second-level void interpretation, but the amplification of the Grade 4 spirit saber was also fully displayed. Besides that, he even executed the first-level intermediate thunder concept and third-level elementary saber concept that he had comprehended. Once the Grade 4 spirit saber in Xiao Feng's hand attacked, it was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appear in the sky above Xiao Feng, and then he said, presumably, your strength can be considered to be at the top amongst the 10 young geniuses that came from the Darchu dynasty this time. But Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking. Origin energy coiled and flashed on his body before finally transforming into strands of material strong winds that coiled around him, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of wind. In the sky, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. Second-level void interpretation. First-level intermediate wind concept. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he really saw Duan Lingtian reveal a strength that wasn't inferior to him. How old was Duan Lingtian? How old was he? He felt that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he wasn't even worthy to carry the shoes of the current Duan Lingtian. Haha. Good. Today I, Xiao Feng, will enjoy the pleasure of killing a genius in the martial Dao like you. I presume this will be the proudest thing I've done in my entire life. Xiao Feng grinned as the Grade 4 spirit saber in his hand shook, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him started to shake. Obviously, he was already prepared to make a move. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your wish won't be realized. Duan Lingtian's flat words sounded out indifferently. While Xiao Feng was stunned, he clearly saw that another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. At the same time, strands of violet-colored energy appeared within the material strong winds that swept around Duan Lingtian, and there were faint bolts of lightning leaping about within them. Fourth-level elementary lightning concept? Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept Duan Lingtian executed now, and it was precisely the lightning concept that he'd mainly comprehended. This wasn't the end. Subsequently, he saw that the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan Lingtian underwent a change, and another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. These 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared separately. First-level elementary sword concept. First-level elementary earth concept. Xiao Feng's expression finally went grim. Never had he imagined that not only had Duan Lingtian comprehended void interpretation concept at such a young age and broken through to the void interpretation stage, He'd actually comprehended 3 other extraordinary concepts. Is this natural talent and comprehension ability that an ordinary human martial artist can possess? Xiao Feng was deeply doubtful. Presently, Duan Lingtian hadn't utilized a spirit weapon, yet 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Once Duan Lingtian utilized a spirit weapon, wouldn't his strength far surpass Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng was anxious. Duan Lingtian, take this strike of mine. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian withdrew his spirit weapon to accumulate strength so as to avoid future troubles. But unfortunately, at the instant Xiao Feng attacked, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd seen it coming. Whirlwind. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed about high up in the sky. At the same time that he stopped moving, a sword appeared in his hand, a sword that emitted waves of terrifying aura. Whoosh! When this sword entered his hand, the strong winds that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body instantly gushed into it. Instantly, another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky. How could this be possible? The scene before him caused Xiao Feng's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. A doubled amplification? Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his origin energy exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Now, he'd relied on a sword to provide an amplification of 30 ancient horned dragons, and at the same time that it caused Xiao Feng to be extremely astounded, he had an expression of disbelief. Even a grade 1 spirit sword of legend seemed to be far from possessing such a terrifying amplification, right? What exactly is the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand? Xiao Feng was afraid, completely afraid. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had utilized all his ability, and the strength of 86 ancient horned dragons seemed to have appeared in the sky above him. On the other hand, Xiao Feng only possessed the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoths. How could he fight when there was a difference of almost 16 ancient horned dragons? Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng held his saber above his head with both hands, and the material violet lightning on his body swiftly flashed out to envelop his entire body beneath an enormous lightning saber. OM! The lightning saber tore through the sky and charged into the sky with the intention of fleeing. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful smile when he saw Xiao Feng wanted to flee, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he utilized his sword concept to activate the 9 dragons' radiant flash to transform into 2 material divine dragons that chased after Xiao Feng. Swoosh! Swoosh! The divine dragons charged into the sky with a speed so swift that it was even faster than Xiao Feng, who transformed into a lightning saber, and they caught up to him in a short moment. Duan Lingtian, spare my life! Spare my life! Xiao Feng obviously noticed the arrival of danger, and he hurriedly begged for mercy with a voice that revealed traces of desolation, and it shocked Zhang Xiaoyong and Kong Fong to the point they temporarily stopped fighting. Both of them looked up into the sky in unison when they heard this. Under their gazes, the eyes of the 2 divine dragons abruptly shot out 4 beams of extreme light, which instantly sank into the thunder blade that soared into the sky. In the next moment, the lightning saber shattered, and a corpse fell down. Subsequently, they saw, when the 2 divine dragons dispersed in the sky, a violet-colored figure had caught up to the corpse that fell from the sky and bluntly took the spatial ring from the latter's hand. The corpse continued falling, and it vanished within the illusory purgatory along with the grade 4 spirit saber in its hand. Brother Lingtian, Zhang Xiaoyong was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the violet-colored figure that stood in the distant sky. Even though he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that in a short moment, Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Xiao Feng, who was at the second level of the void interpretation stage. How could this be possible? Kong Fong's face was ghastly pale as he looked at the violet-colored figure in the distance with an expression of disbelief. Even if Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, even if he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on, It was still impossible for him to kill Xiaofeng in such a short period of time, right? Could it be that he's a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Suddenly, a thought that even he felt was absurd arose in Kong Feng's heart. Yet as soon as this thought arose, it was impossible to suppress. Earlier, Duan Lingtian withdrew the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and utilized all his ability to instantly kill Xiaofeng with a single strike, and then he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The 86 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they weren't noticed by Kong Feng and Zhang Shouyong, so they utterly didn't know exactly what had happened earlier. Bang! Outside the inscription formation that formed the illusory purgatory, the corpse that held the grade 4 spirit saber fell down and fiercely smashed onto the combat ring. Xiaofeng! The expression of the Darchu dynasty's representative went grim when he saw this person, and he cried out in surprise. Xiaofeng! Instantly, a nearby dynasty's representative looked at the Darchu dynasty's representative with surprise. He's your Darchu dynasty's Xiaofeng? Supposedly, this Xiaofeng was already a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist a year ago? Xiaofeng had already broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. The Darchu dynasty's representative spoke with a gloomy expression. What? Instantly, the representatives of the various dynasties that originally had indifferent and aloof expressions were moved, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 795. After all, up until now, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were killed within the illusory purgatory formed from the inscription formation were only at the void initiation stage. Up until now, the number of void interpretation stage martial artists that were killed could be counted with one hand, and all of them were at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Yet now, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist had been killed, and it caused the representatives of the various dynasties to be slightly perturbed. Up until now, a total of 35 people have died. Another 9 people have to die before the remaining 50 people will be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and come out from the illusory purgatory. Many representatives of the dynasties muttered to themselves, and they felt as if time passed by like years. Within the illusory purgatory, Kong Feng faced Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong by himself, and he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Suddenly, the clothes on his back had already been completely drenched in cold sweat. Big brother Zhang, do you need me to do it for you? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Kong Feng as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong, and his words caused Kong Feng's face to instantly go grim. No! Zhang Shouyong shook his head, and then he dashed out to charge towards Kong Feng once more. Swoosh! The wine gourd in his hand was tossed out, and it was instantly swept by a layer of material earth concept to transform into an enormous wine gourd that descended towards Kong Feng. Bang! The wine gourd tore through the sky and descended with an earth-shattering impact, causing Kong Feng's face to go grim as he hurriedly used the 7-foot-long spear in his hand to block it. But unfortunately, because Xiaofeng had been killed and Duan Lingtian who killed Xiaofeng was standing at the side, Kong Feng's mind was in chaos, and he was utterly unable to exert his strength at his prime. After 15 minutes, Kong Feng was finally heavily injured when facing Zhang Shouyong's continuous attacks. Bang! The wine gourd descended from the sky like a mountain pressing down, and it crushed Kong Feng to death. After Kong Feng died, Zhang Shouyong took his spatial ring and grade 3 spirit spear before stomping down on Kong Feng's head that was bleeding, and he relied on the counterforce to flash over to Duan Lingtian's side. On the other hand, Kong Feng's corpse sped down and completely vanished from the illusory purgatory. Brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyong handed the storage ring and the third-grade spirit spear to Duan Lingtian, but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, what are you doing? These are your spoils of war. They have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by them. How could I have gotten these spoils of war? Take it, Zhang Shouyong said resolutely. In the end, Duan Lingtian only took the grade 3 spirit spear. I can still reforge this grade 3 spirit spear into a spirit weapon of even higher quality. As for the spatial ring, keep it yourself, big brother Zhang. After saying that, Duan Lingtian flew forward. Zhang Shouyong reluctantly put away his storage ring and followed along. I don't know how many people have died so far. However, judging from the time that has passed, there should be at least 30 people who have died. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. I wonder where Miss Tianwu and Su Li are. Zhang Shouyong said. With their strengths, so long as they don't encounter those figures from the other dynasties that are difficult to deal with, they ought to be fine. Even though he said this, Duan Lingtian was still slightly worried in his heart. Su Li was fine, as his cultivation was at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and he possessed the strength to protect himself. Even though Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and her natural talent and comprehension ability far exceeded an ordinary person, but she was too young after all. Moreover, she was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and there were many people capable of defeating or even killing her. In the illusory purgatory, even if one died, one would die for nothing. Unless there was someone that witnessed it with their own two eyes, otherwise even if one died, no one would know who killed who. If something really happens to Tianwu, once Uncle Feng goes mad, he'll probably kill everyone besides us that have a good relationship with Tianwu. If something happened to Tianwu, Duan Lingtian believed that Feng Wudao would absolutely not do nothing, and Feng Wudao would surely go mad and take revenge for Tianwu. Even though Feng Wudao had always been serious in front of Feng Tianwu, but it was precisely because of this that he was able to deeply feel Feng Wudao's fatherly love towards Feng Tianwu. It was a selfless fatherly love, a fatherly love that was capable of giving up everything for his daughter. For the sake of Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao was even willing to give up his life. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as he sped up and flashed forward. He wanted to find Tianwu as soon as possible, as he was afraid there would be an unforeseen event if he was late. Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. After an hour, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong didn't encounter a third young genius of the various dynasties all along the way. 2 hours passed. Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong were continuing forward, they suddenly heard a grim shout sound out from afar. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his fierce gaze directly flashed towards the source of the voice. It's him. Zhang Shouyong stopped as well and looked towards the distance, and his brows couldn't help but raise when he saw the figure that was gradually approaching because he recognized this person. This person was similar to him and Duan Lingtian, and they were all young geniuses that represented the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the ancient desert city. Z decease. But when he thought of this person's unfathomable secret technique, Zhang Shouyong's pupils gradually constricted, and he had an expression of fear. After a short moment, when he thought of how Duan Lingtian, who was able to break through his secret technique, was by his side, Zhang Shouyong heaved a sigh of relief and returned to normal. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes were suffused with pleasant surprise when he saw Z decease, and then his eyes flickered with traces of cold lights. If it was said who he wanted to kill the most after entering the illusory purgatory, it would undoubtedly be Z decease. I was originally worried that I wouldn't encounter this Z decease, yet never had I imagined that he would deliver himself to me. He really came without any effort. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Z decease was actually approaching him by himself. A brilliant smile obviously appeared on Z decease's face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed the piercingly cold lights in Z decease's eyes, and this caused him to be unable to help but be slightly bewildered. This Z decease actually didn't flee when he saw me. Logically speaking, he ought to not dare enter into a head-on conflict with me when he knows that the Devil Seal tablet in my possession is capable of suppressing the soul of the expert that's suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body. Could it be that he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter during this short period of a year? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to put an end to this. Let's put an end to it here. Z decease spoke indifferently. Looks like you're extremely confident of yourself. I wonder where your confidence came from. Duan Lingtian started laughing. I presume you're extremely clear about where my confidence came from. Duan Lingtian ought to be unable to utilize that illusory realm soul skill in this place, right? Zishang sneered. Looks like the old fellow that's hidden within your body isn't a simple figure as well. He actually knows that I'm unable to utilize soul skills here. Duan Lingtian's eyes slowly narrowed, yet he wasn't surprised. If the owner of the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Zishang's body was really an expert like Emperor Wu in the past, then even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would surely have some understanding of inscription formations. Because even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, once he entered the soul suppression formation constructed by an inscription master with a stronger spiritual force than him, he would similarly be unable to utilize any spiritual force techniques. But even if I'm unable to utilize soul skills here, do you think you're a match for me? After all, I have something that counters that old fellow, so he's unable to help you, Duan Lingtian said. He detected Zishang's current cultivation since long ago, and it was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage. If Zishang didn't have the assistance of the incomplete soul that seemed to be an expert like Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for Zishang to defeat him. Zhang Shouyong stood at the side and listened to the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zishang, and he was utterly bewildered and was utterly unable to discern exactly what they were talking about. What illusory realm soul skill? What old fellow? He didn't know anything. Humph. Zishang grunted coldly. Do you think I have to personally make a move to kill you? Zishang's words caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to be unable to help but be stunned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a swift figure flashed out from behind a nearby cliff, and in the blink of an eye, the figure arrived by Zishang's side and stood by Zishang's side. Zishang, I truly never imagined that a fellow like you would have a counter. No wonder you didn't kill me earlier and gave me a favor. So it turns out that it was for the sake of dealing with this Duan Lingtian. The person spoke to Duan Lingtian as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lu Yong? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as never had he imagined that Zishang would collude with Lu Yong. If it was said that he didn't have the slightest chance of victory against a young genius in the illusory purgatory, then Lu Yong was undoubtedly one of them. After all, he was unable to utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, in this damnable place. Lu Yong was the Darming dynasty's crown prince, a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Even if he'd only comprehended first-level void interpretation stage concept, but once his cultivation was amplified by a spirit weapon, Lu Yong's strength would far surpass him. Even though he had the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to rely on. But as a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and the Darming dynasty's crown prince, how could Lu Yong not have cultivated a heaven-rank martial skill? Even if his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was stronger than the heaven-rank martial skill Lu Yong cultivated, Lu Yong's strength was there, and it was far from something his current strength could shake. So he didn't have the slightest confidence against Lu Yong. Lu Yong, don't underestimate this Duan Lingtian. It's only because we're here. If it was in the outside world, perhaps you wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes before being killed by him. Zishang said. I believe this. Our Darming dynasty's Zhao Wei suffered a loss at his hands. Lu Yong nodded as his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Duan Lingtian, a few months ago, you caused trouble in our Darming dynasty's capital, and humiliated the young geniuses of our Darming dynasty, and then you even caused the death of the Zhao clan's elder Kuan. Today, I'll properly get even with you. Chapter 796. Whoosh! The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Lu Yong, and numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. First, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate fire concept. All of this wasn't the end. Along with strands of material azure and violet-colored energy leaping about within the flames, another 5 and 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively in the sky. Fifth level elementary wind concept. Third level elementary lightning concept. In the sky, A total of 78 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down in a menacing manner, and it brought a form of visual shock to others. This was still the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Hadn't utilized a spirit weapon. Whoosh! With a raise of Lu Yong's hand, a fan made of unknown material appeared out of thin air, and the fan only had a frame and no face. Along with the flames on Lu Yong's body gushing into the fan was enveloped by a layer of flames and transformed into a flaming fan that ceaselessly swallowed and spat out scorching flames. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled once more as a group of ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. And when one looked carefully, there was a total of 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Besides these 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared as well. The full force of a third-level void interpretation stage origin energy is comparable to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. An amplification of 27 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. The spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 68%. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned the ability of the spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Lu Yong was able to withdraw such a grade 3 spirit weapon. He was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty at any rate, so how could he possibly not possess a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on? The strength of 105 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above Lu Yong. With Lu Yong's current strength, not to mention he'd only comprehended first-level intermediate wind concept, even if he'd comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept, it was impossible for him to be a match for Lu Yong. According to my current knowledge, amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties, perhaps only Zishang is capable of defeating Lu Yong after being possessed by the incomplete soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that when Lu Yong had just appeared earlier, he'd said something about Zishang not killing him. Obviously, Lu Yong had fought with Zishang before. At that time, Zishang should have been possessed by the remnant soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu. He had forcefully defeated Lu Yong but had not killed him. Of course, Zishang didn't kill Lu Yong not because he was benevolent, and it was because he wanted to use Lu Yong to deal with him. This Zishang is so scheming. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, his face completely gloomy. His eyes flashed with a murderous light as if he was about to devour someone. At this moment, his desire to kill Zishang grew even stronger. So long as Zishang wasn't eliminated, he would sooner or later be a great calamity. What? Want to kill me? A brilliant smile appeared on Zishang's face when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze that was filled with killing intent. But unfortunately, you don't have the chance. You're bound to die here today at the hands of Lu Yong. If there's a next life, remember well. Don't offend me, Zishang. I, Zishang, am not someone you, Duan Lingtian, can afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Zishang beamed with joy, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Yong. Zishang, are you so sure that Lu Yong can kill me? A talisman appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's right hand. It was precisely one of the 3 talismans his deadbeat father had left him that day, and he'd used the first one in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier. That talisman had killed a void transformation stage expert of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, only 2 talismans remained in his possession. Truthfully speaking, he didn't want to use the talisman on Lu Yong. Even though Lu Yong was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, as far as he was concerned, Lu Yong wasn't worthy of dying under this talisman. This wasn't an ordinary talisman, and even if it was a void transformation stage expert, the expert would be instantly killed when facing this talisman. The reluctance in Duan Lingtian's heart to use this talisman to kill a mere third-level void interpretation stage martial artist was obvious. Never mind. After I kill Lu Yong, Zishang will be unable to escape death as well. A talisman in exchange for their lives. Even though I'll still suffer a great loss, at any rate, I'll be able to preserve my own life. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself, otherwise, He was really worried that he wouldn't be willing to toss out the talisman in his hand to crush Lu Yong. Humph! Stop trying to be mysterious. Lu Yong, kill him. Zishang was disdainful when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he shouted out in a light voice. Lu Yong's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment when he heard this, and then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, watch out! Zhang Shouyang's face went grim as he shouted out explosively. Even though he knew that he was far from being a match for Lu Yong, he still withdrew his wine gourd and intended to go stop Lu Yong. You're courting death. Zishang grunted in a low voice as killing intent arose in his eyes, and he seemed to have transformed into a brutal wild beast that flashed towards Zhang Shouyang. Whoosh! When faced with Lu Yong, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand that held the talisman and intended to toss it out to crush Lu Yong. Right when he intended to toss out the talisman, he felt something flash before his eyes, and it caused him to instinctively grip the talisman tightly in his hand and not toss it out. At the same time, his vision went black, and it was as if something unusual had suddenly occurred in the entire heavens and the earth and his surroundings. Haha! I never expected that my luck would be so good. At this instant, Duan Lingtian completely came to his senses and understood what had happened. Right when this joyous thought had just arisen in Duan Lingtian's mind, an expanse of light arose before his eyes, and he appeared in the sky above an exceedingly spacious combat arena. I've come out. As he casually put away the talisman in his hand, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going on before his eyes. When Lu Yong made a move against him with the intention of killing him, and when he intended to toss out the talisman to crush Lu Yong. Within the illusory purgatory, the 44th person had been killed. 44 people had been killed, and only 50 people remained, and it meant that the first round of the selections had come to an end. On the other hand, they were sent out by the illusory purgatory created by the inscription formation in a timely manner, and it allowed him to save an exceedingly precious talisman. My luck is simply heaven-defying. Even though he wasn't able to kill Lu Yong and Zishang, Duan Lingtian didn't feel it was a pity in the slightest. So long as he left the illusory purgatory, his spiritual force wouldn't be controlled any longer, and he would be able to utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, as he pleased. Now, he was entirely capable of killing Lu Yong and Zishang without utilizing a talisman. Ha 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 ha. After a short moment, Zhang Shouyang's roaring laughter sounded out in a timely manner, and it was filled with delight. Obviously, he'd realized what had happened earlier as well. Originally, he already had the thought of certain death, yet at the critical moment, such a scene had occurred, and it caused him to have no choice but to sigh with emotion about his and Duan Lingtian's luck. Of course, the reason he thought like this was because he utterly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had other methods to kill Lu Yong. Zishang and Lu Yong appeared nearby, and after a wave of bewilderment, they realized what had happened, causing their expressions to go grim. Consider yourselves lucky. Zishang's eyes emitted an icy cold gaze that flashed past Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang as he grunted coldly. If I knew this would happen, I would have made a move earlier. If I made a move earlier, it would have been impossible for this Duan Lingtian to survive. Lu Yong sighed and felt it was slightly regretful. He knew that since they'd left the illusory purgatory now, it also meant that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize that illusory realm soul skill of his. According to the information he obtained from Zishang, once Duan Lingtian utilized that illusory realm soul skill against him, he would practically have no chance of survival. He's out. Haha. He's out. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses that appeared out of thin air above the combat ring with Duan Lingtian's group roared with laughter, and some even lost their composure as they cheered. To them, the time they experienced within the illusory purgatory was simply a type of torture, and they were worried at every single moment if they would encounter an existence that was stronger than them and be killed. Now they'd come out and survive the first round of the selections. Moreover, they'd obtained the qualifications to advance to participate in the second round of the selections. But in next to no time, the group of young geniuses that were originally cheering seemed to have noticed something, and all of them seemed as if their throats were held tightly by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound any longer. The numerous corpses that lay on the combat ring ceaselessly struck their eyes, and it caused them to shudder with terror. These people were just like them before they entered the illusory purgatory. They were all living people. But now, when they'd come out of the illusory purgatory, they'd instead transformed into numerous icy cold corpses. Many of these people were their friends and companions. It was precisely the death of these people that had won them the chance to survive. Unknowingly, the sky above the combat ring was deathly silent. Yi Xiao bai he bai hao. All of them are dead? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 corpses that were piled together. It was 4 of the 10 young geniuses that had come from the Dark Han dynasty, and 3 of them were existences with extraordinary strengths. These 3 people weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao, the Dark Han dynasty's second prince, Bai He, and the young prince Bai Hao. I never imagined that even Bai Hao is dead. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. He knew of Bai Hao's strength, and it was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Bai Hao to obtain the 3rd position in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago. Only Zishang remains from the imperial family. The blood relatives of the emperor have all died. I presume he doesn't feel well. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Chapter 797. Duan Lingtian was able to understand the feelings of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. His most outstanding son and nephew that was even more outstanding than his son had died just like that. Dying in a foreign land was indeed something that was difficult to accept. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that after the Dark Han dynasty's emperor took a deep breath, his expression returned to normal, and he actually revealed a smile when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. At the same time, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor's voice transmission that was filled with congratulations entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at just the right time, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body go slightly cold. It was said that emperors were emotionless, and at this moment, he could be considered to have completely experienced it. Perhaps in his eyes his son can be reborn and his nephew is even less important. To him, the most important thing is the benefits the Dark Han dynasty is able to obtain from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Amongst the 50 people that had survived the first round of the selections, the Dark Han dynasty occupied 6 of them, and it was firmly ranked at the front amongst the 10 dynasties. Whoosh! Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong returned to the area where Feng Wudao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 were, whereas Feng Qianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun were standing in the air since long ago. Elder brother Duan, big brother Zhang. When Feng Tianwu had just left the illusory purgatory and returned to Feng Wudao's side, her gaze was anxiously searching for traces of Duan Lingtian, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then Zhang Shouyong ridiculed. Young Miss Tianwu, you didn't see it earlier in the illusory purgatory. Brother Lingtian was extremely anxious to find you. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would sell him out in the blink of an eye, and he instantly glared angrily at Zhang Shouyong. When Feng Tianwu heard this, her beautiful face turned crimson red, as if it could drip blood. Miss Tianwu and I encountered each other a long time ago, but we didn't encounter any powerful opponents. After killing a few people, we hid at the side and waited for the end of the first round of the selection. Su Li smiled and said, I saw that you guys came out together. Could it be that you guys also met inside? Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he heaved a sigh of relief with a lingering fear in his heart. All of you are fine. Lingtian and I were almost killed by Zishang and Lu Yong. Hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Feng Tianwu and Su Li's expressions couldn't help but change. Su Li frowned and asked, then why is Zishang together with Lu Yong? Even if the two of them join forces, they might not be a match for elder brother Duan, right? Feng Tianwu had a certain level of understanding towards Duan Lingtian's strength, At that place, Brother Ling Tian seems to be unable to execute his secret technique that's capable of confusing his opponents. That Ling Tian is fine as Brother Ling Tian has a way to counter his secret technique. Even if Brother Ling Tian doesn't utilize his secret technique, Brother Ling Tian isn't afraid of him. But once that Lu Yong exerts his full strength and combined it with a grade 3 spirit weapon, his strength is comparable to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons. In a head-on battle, Brother Ling Tian and I aren't a match for him. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight fear. Then in the end, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly pale when she heard this. Even though she knew that Duan Ling Tian had already overcome the difficulty, she still broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian in her heart. As for the person involved, Duan Ling Tian, he stood at the side with a calm expression instead. He knew clearly in his heart that even if he and Zhang Shouyong weren't sent out of the illusory purgatory in time, they would still be fine. The talismans in his possession were sufficient to easily crush Lu Yong. At this moment, no matter if it was Su Li, the nearby Long Yun, or even Feng Wu Dao, Sword 13 and Saber 5, all of them couldn't help but look at Zhang Shouyong. Obviously, they were curious about what happened later on that allowed Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyong to overcome that crisis. In the end, Zhang Shouyong suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. In the end, when Lu Yong made a move against Brother Ling Tian, our vision went black, and we were subsequently sent out of the illusory purgatory. Feng Tianwu and the others were stunned when they heard this. Even this is possible? Your luck. Su Li was speechless towards Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyong's luck. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice broke the clamorous scene, causing the scene to go silent, and the owner of the voice had become the center of attention for a time. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can. The gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Can, and some of them even faintly guessed what Ning Can wanted to do. Looks like this Vice Fort Master Ning really wants to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. Duan Ling Tian is going to be lucky and become Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. In the future, he'll be completely able to do as he pleases in Skywolf Fort, Ancient Desert City, and the surrounding areas of Ancient Desert City. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were lucky enough to survive revealed envious gazes as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Humph! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Sword 13's mouth, and he seemed to be ridiculing Ning Can for overestimating his ability. Since the beginning, he'd repeatedly threatened that Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple, and his words even indicated that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to take Ning Can as his master. Vice Fort Master Ning, do you have any guidance? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Ning Can as he asked bluntly. Before the first round of the selections began, I'd once promised, once you pass through the first round of the selections, then no matter what method you use to pass through, you'll be able to become my personal disciple. Ning Can spoke slowly, and then? Duan Ling Tian yawned as he asked with slight disinterest. Ning Can frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's attitude, yet he still said with a low voice, now, I, Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, intend to take you, Duan Ling Tian, as my personal disciple. From today onwards, Skywolf Fort will foster you with all its might. Whereas you must give up everything for Skywolf Fort, including your life. After he finished speaking, Ning Can said indifferently, all right, you can kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking me as your master. From the beginning until the end, it was Ning Can who was putting on a one-man show, and it was even to the extent that he didn't ask Duan Ling Tian's opinion at all. As he finished speaking, he even asked Duan Ling Tian to kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking him as his master. It was as if he utterly didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would refuse. Most of the people present didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would refuse. As far as they were concerned, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to taking Ning Can as one's master. Duan Ling Tian had no reason to refuse. Vice Fort Master Ning. Right when the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Ning Can. You seem to still haven't figured something out, right? Ning Can frowned as his face sank slightly. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian really dares to refuse me? From the beginning until the end, you asking me to take you as my master seems to have been your own wishful thinking, right? You first asked me to take you as my master, and then publicly asked me to kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking you as my master without even asking for my opinion. I wonder where you got such great confidence from. You're so sure that I wouldn't refuse? When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced deeply at Ning Can, and his eyes contained a trace of ridicule mixed within. Not to mention Ning Can's high and mighty tone at the beginning caused him to be extremely displeased. Even if Ning Can begged him to take him as his master, he might not be willing. It was just as Sword 13 had said. Ning Can was merely the vice fort master of a third-rate power in the foreign lands, Skywolf Fort, and he really didn't have the qualifications to be his master. He, Duan Lingtian, possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu to come to the foreign lands. As far as he was concerned, only those experts that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, experts like Emperor Wu, possessed the qualifications to be his master. A mere old fellow that hadn't even stepped into the martial monarch stage dared to talk nonsense before him, and wanted him to take him as his master with just a few words? Truly laughable. Duan Lingtian's words of certainty caused most of the people present to break out in cold sweat for him. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He actually dares to openly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, and his words are merciless and leave no room for negotiation. Don't forget that he has the experts of the Blade sect by his side supporting him. Many people whispered in discussion. This Duan Lingtian is simply courting death. Zishang revealed a cold smile. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare openly go against Ning Can, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. After all, this was the territory of Skywolf Fort. Perhaps the Blade sect wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, but as the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't crush a snake in its own territory. Sword 13 might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian in Skywolf Fort. What exactly does this Duan Lingtian want to do? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was slightly driven mad. He'd led all the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties precisely for the sake of obtaining the rewards of Skywolf Fort. When Vice Fort Master Ning of Skywolf Fort spoke of taking Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, he seemed to have already seen countless Grade 3 spirit weapons, Grade 3 medicinal pills, and even concept fragments falling into Duan Lingtian's hands. But right at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured onto his head, and it caused him to completely sober up. At the same time that he sobered up, traces of coldness arose in the heart of the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian doesn't know that he's representing our Dark Han Dynasty now? If he infuriates Vice Fort Master Ning, then our Dark Han Dynasty won't have an easy time as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes descended onto Ning Can, who was enraged to the extreme with an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Can's side, abruptly took a step forward, and his icy cold and bone-piercing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he said with a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, my martial uncle wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. You don't know what's good for you." Vice Fort Master Feng, according to what you said, if I want to take you as my personal disciple, then I think highly of you as well? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Feng Wei in the slightest, and he met Feng Wei's gaze calmly as he spoke word by word. Who do you think you are to dare compare yourself to my martial uncle? Feng Wei's eyes were filled with extreme flames of rage as he spoke coldly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was stopped by the nearby Ning Can. Ning Can's gaze that didn't contain the slightest expression descended calmly onto Duan Lingtian. Chapter 798. Vice Fort Master Ning, I'm truly sorry. I'm unwilling. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and replied to Ning Can's question. For a time, many people present felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to refuse. Good. Ningkan took a deep breath and successively said the word good 3 times, and then he asked with a low voice in the end, "So in this way, you've already taken Sword 13 as your master?" As far as he was concerned, there was surely a reason why Sword 13 said he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. The most likely reason was that Sword 13 had already taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Ningkan. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Sword 13 had already looked at Ningkan. "You wouldn't be thinking that I took Duan Lingtian as my disciple first, and that's why I ridiculed you for not having the qualifications to take him as your disciple, right?" "Humph." Ningkan grunted coldly, and he'd obviously tacitly agreed. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I, Sword 13, feel that I'm just like you, and I don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as my personal disciple." Sword 13 continued. Whoosh! Sword 13's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone present to be in an uproar. Sword 13, an expert from a power of the foreign lands, the Blade Sect, that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, and an existence that was on par with Ningkan and Feng Wei, the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had actually publicly said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Who was Duan Lingtian? He was merely a young genius from a dynasty, so on what basis was he able to make Sword 13 speak such words? Besides Suli, most people were deeply puzzled. Only Suli knew very clearly what his master was thinking in his heart. Because the reason his master would say this was entirely because he told his master about Duan Lingtian's origins. Duan Lingtian was just like him, and he was from a kingdom under an imperial kingdom under the command of an empire under the command of the Darkhan dynasty. A kingdom was one of the lowest and most remote subordinate kingdoms under the Darkhan dynasty. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it was in the Darkhan dynasty, in the eyes of the members of the Darkhan dynasty, that tiny kingdom was no different than a remote village. And it was this youth who had walked out of a remote and desolate village. Step by step, he had carved out a path that belonged to him and possessed the astonishing strength he had today. According to Jian Shursan's guess, there were only 2 possibilities for Duan Lingtian to have such achievements in such a short period of time. Firstly, Duan Lingtian had a master with an extraordinary background, and his master ought to be a powerhouse with a terrifying strength. Secondly, Duan Lingtian did not have a master. He had relied on himself and the various fortuitous encounters along the way. No matter what it was, as far as Sword 13 was concerned, Ningkan didn't have the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. Because even if Duan Lingtian was taken as a personal disciple by Ningkan when he was young, Duan Lingtian might not possess his current strength. Moreover, according to his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had grasped a secret technique that utilized spiritual force to execute, and it was an ability that even a martial monarch realm expert might not be able to come into contact with. Not to mention Ningkan, even a martial monarch realm expert was unable to teach Duan Lingtian this. "I really never imagined that you, Sword 13, would give such a high evaluation to a little kid." Ningkan laughed coldly, yet his expression eased up slightly. To a certain extent, these words of Sword 13 could be considered to have given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. After he glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian, Ningkan didn't say anything further, because he knew that no matter what he said, Ningkan would only bring shame to himself in the end. Of course, in his heart, he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. But he knew that for the sake of the face of Skywolf Fort and coupled with the presence of Sword 13 and Saber 5, these 2 experts of the Blade Sect that caused him to be extremely fearful, he couldn't act rashly. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was only an ant, and it wouldn't be too late to think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Moreover, who could guarantee that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive the selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has come to an end. We'll still gather here at dawn tomorrow. At that time, I'll lead all of you to the location of the second round of the selections. Ningkan glanced at the remaining 50 young geniuses and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot and left. Feng Wei's gaze that was filled with killing intent flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a blade, and he grunted coldly before bringing along the personal disciple he'd just taken today, Lu Yong, to leave and enter the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. As they looked at Lu Yong's disappearing figure, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. The representative of the Darming dynasty this time, the Zhao clan's elder Qian, revealed a rare trace of a smile. Their Darming dynasty's crown prince being able to become the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was extremely beneficial to their Darkhan dynasty. Wei Yi performed well in the selections later on. You might not have the chance to take the other fort masters of Skywolf Fort as your master. Based on the current situation, Vice Fort Master Feng is only an ordinary Vice Fort Master, and even Vice Fort Master Ning's status is higher than his. After Elder Qian noticed Zhao Wei by his side had a gloomy expression, he guessed what Zhao Wei was thinking, and he consoled. Moreover, don't forget that the person with the highest status in Skywolf Fort isn't those few Vice Fort Masters, and it's that elusive Fort Master instead. Zhao Wei's dim gaze finally had a sheen when he heard this, and there was slight firmness on his face. But when his gaze inadvertently descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance, his expression couldn't help but become gloomy. He wasn't unfamiliar with the violet-clothed young man, and it was even to the extent that the violet-clothed young man had once caused him to suffer great humiliation. To the two of them, the violet-clothed young man defeating him in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion with that unfathomable and bizarre ability was the greatest humiliation he'd suffered in his entire lifetime. When he thought of how the violet-clothed young man refused to take Vice Fort Master Ning as his master, his expression became even more unsightly. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort that Duan Lingtian disdained to take as his master just so happened to be the person he dreamt of taking as his master. For a time, indescribable bitterness arose in his heart. At this instant, he suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian, who'd always been ahead of him, seemed to have left him further and further behind, and it caused him to be unable to catch up. Could it be that I, Zhao Wei, am unable to defeat him in my entire lifetime and wash away my humiliation? No, I'm unwilling. Zhao Wei ceaselessly roared with unwillingness in his heart. I truly never imagined that a day would pass just like this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sunset in the horizon. Within the illusory purgatory, there was no distinction between day and night, so he was unable to sense the changes in the color of the sky. After the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, an entire day had unknowingly passed. Let's go have a meal. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people by his side and suggested. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid Sword 13 would refuse, so his gaze directly descended onto Sword 13. Senior, come with us as well. To Chun Chi's surprise, Sword 13 didn't refuse. It was even to the extent that even Saber 5 and Long Yun had come along to freeload, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Why are these master and disciple so thick-skinned? After Duan Lingtian's group left, the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena finally made a move. Some of them helped the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort clean up the corpses on the combat arena, whereas the remaining people either headed out of Skywolf Fort or returned to the pavilions arranged for them in Skywolf Fort. Exactly what did that Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain such high acknowledgement from that expert from the Blade Sect? Yeah, that expert from the Blade Sect is obviously an expert at the same level as Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng. Yet he actually said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. It's truly unbelievable. Perhaps that expert from the Blade Sect is deliberately mystifying things. Duan Lingtian, that was well known by all the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties 2 days ago, had once again become the center of their heated discussions. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. Martial uncle, that Duan Lingtian was so presumptuous before you today. Could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? In the spacious courtyard, Feng Wei frowned as he asked Ning Can. Ning Can's eyes narrowed as a strand of cold light flashed within them. Then what do you think I should do? Directly make a move and kill him? Not to mention that Sword 13 would stop me. Even if I really killed him, what would the people outside say? Would they say that I, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, wanted to take a young man as my personal disciple, and because I was rejected by the young man, I became enraged from embarrassment and relied on my strength to bully the young man before killing the young man. As he finished speaking, Ningkan grunted coldly with a deep voice. Could it be that we're just going to let this matter go like this? Feng Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke with an unwilling expression. He treated Martial Uncle like that, and he undoubtedly didn't take our Skywolf fort seriously. I'm unwilling to let him off just like this. Let him off? How could that be possible? Ningkan sneered. Then what Martial Uncle means is. Feng Wei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't forget that there are still 3 more selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Go tell that personal disciple you've just taken that so long as he's able to kill that Duan Lingtian and avenge me, his martial ancestral uncle, I'll give him an 8th level fire concept fragment. Ningkan spoke out. 8th level fire concept fragment. Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp when Ningkan said this. Even though he'd given a 3rd level fire concept fragment to his personal disciple he'd just taken, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the 8th level fire concept fragment in his martial uncle's possession. A 3rd level fire concept fragment was only able to assist a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 3rd level advanced fire concept. When the martial artist comprehended 3rd level advanced fire concept, the 3rd level fire concept fragment would transform into powder and vanish. Cultivating in the future required one to rely on one's own comprehension, or find an even higher level fire concept fragment. Whereas an 8th level fire concept fragment was sufficient to allow a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 8th level advanced fire concept in a short period of time. Chapter 799. Never had Feng Wei imagined that for the sake of a Duan Lingtian, his martial uncle would actually be willing to take out an 8th level fire concept fragment that he'd kept for many years. At this moment Feng Wei deeply felt the hatred his martial uncle had towards Duan Lingtian. And it was hatred that came from the bones. Don't worry martial uncle, I'll tell Yong. Feng Wei's eyes flashed, and he felt happy for the personal disciple he'd just taken. After all, 8th level fire concept fragments weren't so common. An 8th level fire concept fragment came from a void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended the 8th level advanced fire concept. This type of void transformation stage powerhouse was usually in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. If one wanted to obtain an 8th level fire concept fragment, then one either had to wait for an existence like this to die or kill such an existence. The rarity of an 8th level fire concept fragment could be seen from this. In next to no time, Feng Wei returned to the courtyard he lived in, and the personal disciple he'd just taken was placed in a room within the courtyard. Younger, Feng Wei shouted out as soon as he entered the room. Master! There was a total of 3 rooms within the courtyard, and a person walked out from the room on the far left and looked respectfully and reverently at Feng Wei. It was precisely the Darming dynasty's crown prince Lu Yong. Even though he, Lu Yong, was a high and mighty crown prince in the Darming dynasty, this was the Skywolf fort, and casually dispatching an elder with a high cultivation would be able to annihilate a formidable power of the Darming dynasty in the foreign lands. He didn't dare put on any airs in a power of the foreign lands like this. Haha. Yong, come master has something to say to you. Feng Wei called Lu Yong over and went straight to the point. You ought to have seen how Duan Lingtian treated your martial ancestral uncle today, right? Yes. Lu Yong nodded, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he recalled the scene he saw in the outer fort not long ago. Although he didn't wish for Duan Lingtian to acknowledge his martial granduncle as his master, because once Duan Lingtian acknowledged him as his master, his seniority would be lower than Duan Lingtian, and he would have to address Duan Lingtian as martial uncle. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually be so bold. Not only did he directly reject his martial granduncle, but his words also left no room for negotiation. Master, what do you want to tell me? Lu Yong asked curiously. Feng Wei didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke of what Ningkan had said to him. So long as you're able to kill Duan Lingtian during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then your martial ancestral uncle will give you an 8th level fire concept fragment. An 8th level concept of fire fragment. Lu Yong sucked in a breath of cold air as greed instantly suffused his eyes. However, this greed vanished in the blink of an eye, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wei, who'd noticed the changes in Lu Yong's expression, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lu Yong reveal a bitter smile. Master. Lu Yong sighed. Actually, when we were in the illusory purgatory, I was almost able to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, right when he was about to die at my hands, the illusory purgatory teleported us out. His luck is so good. The corners of Feng Wei's mouth twitched as he felt disbelief towards Duan Lingtian's luck. And then he said, "Don't worry, you'll have another chance later on." Later on. Lu Yong shook his head. Master, there's something you don't know. That Duan Lingtian isn't a simple figure. I heard from Zishang that came from the Dark Han dynasty along with him. Subsequently, Lu Yong spoke of everything Zishang had told him about Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Illusory realm soul skill? Soul skill? Feng Wei's pupils constricted as he revealed an astonished expression. Are you sure it's a soul skill? Besides those variant demon beasts that possess extraordinary natural talent, how could there possibly be a human martial artist capable of executing a spiritual force ability that's similar to a soul skill before attaining the realm of Emperor Wu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei had an extremely good understanding of soul skills, and he knew that it was the ability of some variant demon beasts that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Even though human martial artists were capable of executing spiritual force abilities that were similar to soul skills, yet they had to break through to the realm of Emperor Wu before they could execute it. When I heard Zishang speak of this matter, it didn't seem to be false, Lu Yong continued. Even now, when he recalled the strand of black-colored flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows and the strength that suddenly erupted out and completely crushed him, he still couldn't help but feel a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, if Zishang really wanted to take his life, then he would die for sure. So he felt that Zishang had utterly no need to deceive him. That Zishang you spoke of is a member of the Dark Han dynasty? You knew him from before? Feng Wei frowned as he asked. I got to know him in the illusory purgatory. Lu Yong laughed bitterly. Illusory purgatory? You didn't kill him? Feng Wei was stunned. Kill him? Lu Yong was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Master, I want to kill him, but the problem is that I'm utterly not a match for him. What? You're not a match for him? Feng Wei was slightly shocked. Then there's someone in the Dark Han dynasty that's stronger than you? Lu Yong nodded and then he asked. Right, Master, I have something to ask you. Do you know why a black-colored flame brand would appear between a person's brows? Moreover, after the black-colored flame brand appears, the person's strength would instantly increase greatly? Black-colored flame brand? Feng Wei frowned as he asked. What's that? Lu Yong continued. Master, Zishang was originally only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he wasn't a match for me. But when a strand of black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows, he instantly possessed a strength comparable to a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he caused me to be unable to fight back in front of him. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist instantly possessed a strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage? A black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows? Feng Wei's brows knit together even more tightly, and then he guessed. Could it be some sort of secret technique? I don't know about that. Lu Yong shook his head. Looks like there's a need for me to meet Zishang. You make a trip and bring him here. Feng Wei spoke to Lu Yong. Yes. Lu Yong replied and left. In a restaurant near Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian and the others were sitting around a table and enjoying fine wine and delicacies. After being hungry for an entire day, all of them buried their heads in eating and drinking. In next to no time, the fine wine and delicacies on the table were completely swept away. After they were full and Duan Lingtian paid the bill, the group left the restaurant and soared into the sky with the intention of returning to Skywolf Fort. Suddenly, Sword 13 and Saber 5's figures stopped moving, and they turned around to glance at the side of the restaurant. After they noticed there was nothing unusual there, the two of them continued forward. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, an aged figure walked out from the shadows at the place Sword 13 and Saber 5 had looked at earlier. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. I don't believe that Sword 13 will be able to follow by your side forever. The old man's eyes emitted a gaze of hatred as he gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The old man was precisely the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei. For the sake of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike, he'd always been lying in ambush outside Skywolf Fort, waiting for an opportunity. Even though he'd seen Duan Lingtian arrive today, he had no way to make a move against Duan Lingtian. The blade sex expert Sword 13 had always been by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was utterly unable to find an opportunity to make a move. Could it be Donghua Lei? Even though the movements of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were short, it was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, who possessed an extremely strong ability of observation, and he couldn't help but guess. In the ancient desert city, the person that wanted to take his life the most was undoubtedly the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei. Now, there seemed to be someone watching them from the shadows, and according to his inference, that person was most probably Donghua Lei. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. If Donghua Lei doesn't die, then he'll be a great calamity in the end. On the way back, Duan Lingtian pondered in his heart. But Donghua Lei was a 6th-level void transformation stage expert after all, and if he wanted to kill Donghua Lei, then there was only a single path he could take. That was to utilize the talisman his deadbeat father left behind for him. But there were only 2 talismans left now, and if it wasn't necessary, he was really unwilling to utilize them. Never mind. I won't take the initiative to look for him. If he really comes looking for me, then even if I have to risk using a talisman, I'll still kill him so as to avoid future troubles. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. Isn't that Lu Yong? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from following along Zhang Shouyang's gaze to look ahead, and he saw Lu Yong heading towards a pavilion with a glance. Isn't that the pavilion Zishang resides in? Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group saw Lu Yong stand in the sky outside a pavilion for a while before a figure shot out from within the pavilion to converge with Lu Yong. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes flickered with an extremely cold light. If it wasn't for this being the Skywolf Fort that prohibited him from casually attacking otherwise, he would wish for nothing more than to charge over and kill Zishang right now. Lu Yong has brought Zishang to the inner fort. What do they want to do? Zhang Shouyang frowned when he saw Lu Yong and Zishang swiftly entering the inner fort side by side, and he muttered to himself with slight worry. As far as he was concerned, nothing good would happen when these two fellows were gathered together. Lu Yong, do you know why Vice Fort Master Feng is looking for me? After they entered the inner fort, Zishang asked Lu Yong. It's mainly to ask you about Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. That martial ancestral uncle of mine wants me to kill Duan Lingtian during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he didn't hesitate to pay an 8th-level fire concept fragment for this. Lu Yong said, 8th-level fire concept fragment? Zishang's eyes lit up, and a sheen of greed faintly flickered within them, yet it quickly vanished. What a pity. Zishang, actually, there's something I've always been curious about. Exactly what did that Duan Lingtian rely on to counter you? After all, with your strength after the flame brand appeared between your brows, you're entirely capable of killing him in an instant. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.